Chapter 493. The stars were shining brightly, and rivers of light surrounded them, brightening up the dark universe. The shining stars were incomparably distant, and every one of them represented a race, a civilization, and a thought. It was like looking down at the lights of tens of thousands of people from an airplane flying in the night sky. It was vast and boundless, yet full of vitality. Through the porthole, the outline of planet Golden Gate gradually became clearer. Spaceships of all shapes and sizes could be seen taking off and landing on this colonized planet of God aura. The aura of prosperity seemed to be able to spread out in space, and even those who were watching from afar could feel this prosperity. This was a medium-sized long-distance travel spaceship, and it was a common model. It had a gray steel shell, a normal hyperdrive engine, and a secondary electromagnetic shield. The official price was between 750,000 to 900,000 aners, and second-hand spaceships were 30% cheaper. If one had connections in the shipbuilding factory, they could even buy it for 170,000 aners. There was a bright yellow crown on the side of the spaceship, and this was a rental spaceship that belonged to the Crown Galactic Travel Agency. A month ago, this travel agency had reached a long-term rental agreement with the Black Star Mercenary for 13 spaceships. The rental fee was much lower than the selling price, but it was not cheap either. At this moment, this spaceship that temporarily belonged to the Black Star Mercenary was carrying dozens of mercenaries, and they were flying toward planet Golden Gate. These mercenaries were the new members that had been recruited into the Black Star Mercenary a few months ago. During the 1 year of preparation, after Han Xiao had completed the production line, he had made use of the reputation of the mercenary group to recruit hundreds of freelance mercenaries to increase the number of NPCs in the mercenary group. These new mercenaries had been split into different groups to make it easier to command them. To deal with the mutation disaster, just relying on Hurlus and a few others would not be enough. There was no need to control the scale anymore, and the more people there were, the better. Han Technician had never been stingy with his initial investment, and he would feel uncomfortable if he did not spend money. Black Star suddenly gathered everyone. I wonder if there's some big operation going on. We are Floating Dragon's troops in name. Could it be that the Dragon Emperor has given us some orders? I've asked around, and no one knows what Black Star wants to do. Even the officers are not sure. Everyone else is here. We're the last to arrive. I hope we won't delay anything. While these mercenaries were chatting, the spaceship landed at the spaceport closest to the base on planet Golden Gate. Stepping on the ground, dozens of mercenaries of all shapes and sizes hurried on. Not long after, the group of them stopped in front of a huge base. This base was octagonal in shape and was surrounded by alloy walls that were filled with automatic cannons. The architectural style was that of a huge metal castle. Its black shell reflected the light of the sun, and its shape was like that of countless metal towers pieced together. More than a dozen tall metal obelisks pointed to the sky, like a dozen chips of uneven height. The structure of the building was angular, with a precise and tight mechanical feeling. In addition to a large area of iron gray, white and red paint extended along the edges, adding a slight sense of beauty to this heavy base. The blue light dots distributed on various facilities were full of a technological aura. This was the result of Han Xiao's 1 year of hard work. Black Star Base Number 1. The mercenaries came to the door, and a complicated verification interface popped up on the screen. After this group of people verified their identities as members of Black Star, the door slowly opened, and a synthesized voice sounded from the screen. Verification passed. Welcome back. Philip, how's your day? A mercenary joked. Work. Can't chat. The group of people walked into the base. The layout of the interior was not complicated. In the middle was a huge space that was hollowed out, and metal bridges of different heights led to different areas. It was clear at a glance, like a beehive. This central area was called the mouth by the mercenaries. The base was too big, and even if there were tens of thousands of people, it would not be able to fill it. Furthermore, the mercenary group only had a few hundred people, so the interior of the base was very spacious. This group of mercenaries chatted as they walked toward the hall, and their voices echoed in the huge space. When they arrived at the hall of the base, they saw that a few hundred people were already waiting there. They were silent, and the atmosphere was solemn. The group of people stopped talking and hurriedly followed behind the group. The few hundred people present were all the current members of the mercenary group. They were all wearing different types of armor, carrying swords, knives, axes, hammers, guns, and cannons. They were tall, short, fat, thin, human, and beast. However, the one thing that they all had in common was that every single one of them exuded an elite aura. It was obvious that they had been through hundreds of battles and were not to be trifled with. At the front of the group, the officers under Black Star stood in a row, leaving only their backs to the few hundred people behind them. Hurlus, who was wearing blue and white armor, Arosha, who was glowing all over, the three Volga brothers who looked like they were made from the same mold, and the three new officers who joined a few months ago. Fu Ding and Sylvia stood further away. At this time, a hole appeared in the metal floor in front of everyone, and a figure appeared in front of everyone on the elevator. His black cloak fluttered in the wind, and he was wearing a compressed orb necklace, bracelet, earrings, and a pure black mask that covered his face. It was Han Xiao. After a year, Han Xiao had changed into a more imposing outfit and put on a mask like the Germinal organization leader. He felt that he looked more handsome this way. After all, he was someone with a fixed business, so he had to look more cool. Furthermore, this pure black mask was a piece of mechanical equipment in itself. As soon as he appeared, everyone's eyes were focused on him, waiting for his instructions. "Is everyone here?" Han Xiao scanned the crowd, his eyes sweeping across the faces. These mercenaries were recruited by him personally. Floating Dragon's name and the reputation of the mercenary group were indeed useful. Most of them were strong lone wolves who had been through hundreds of battles and were very reliable. They could be split into three factions. One was the former freelance mercenaries who had not joined a group, one was the Sunil team, and one was the battle alliance that one of the new officers had brought. After the construction of the base was completed, he did not stay in the base all the time. Instead, he took the time to travel to different planets and recruited 3 new officers based on his memories and intelligence. They were all famous people in his previous life. Seyrind, a Sunil, a grade B pugilist. He was wearing a white hooded combat robe. The material looked soft, but it was actually engraved with defensive enchantments. His face was hidden in the shadow of the hood, and there were 2 sword handles on his waist that could be ejected at any time. When they first met, this appearance almost made Han Xiao think that he had run out of XX Creed. This person was the other grade B super of the Guardian faction of the Sunil civilization who was still working for the race. Back then, when Furness brought his people and left the race, Seyrind was not included. He was quiet, just like his fast and strange pugilist style. He was like an assassin hiding in the shadows, the complete opposite of Hurlus' pugilist style. Han Xiao found the lone Seyrind and sent him an invitation. As the reputation of the Black Star mercenary increased, more and more Sunil supers joined the Black Star mercenary group. It was safe and earned more money. It could also be said that Han Xiao had given them protection. Under Hurlus' persuasion, Seyrind accepted Han Xiao's invitation and moved together. The Sunil team was now led by Hurlus and Seyrind. The second new officer was Jeanette Conlin. She was a female space human and a grade B cannon master. She carried all kinds of heavy firearms all over her body, and the heavy machinery covered her tall and sexy body. She worshipped the belief that firepower was supreme. Jeanette was a rather famous lone wolf mercenary. In Han Xiao's previous life, she had joined the Skyring army and became one of the most famous figures. When Han Xiao was collecting information on the freelance mercenaries, he had seen her. Thus, he had the idea to secretly poach Jeanette from the Skyring army and poach her into his mercenary group. Of course, the process was not smooth. Jeanette had a fiery temper, and she did not even care about Floating Dragon. Han Xiao had come up with a small plan and purposely interfered with one of Jeanette's missions, creating a situation where the two of them had a conflict, and naturally, they had fought. Han Xiao had defeated her a few times before Jeanette finally gave in and was recruited into the Black Star mercenary. Han Xiao had promised to provide her with heavy weapons at a low price. Jeanette was passionate about collecting all kinds of firearms, so she did not have any objections. The third officer had an even bigger background. He was a protagonist-type character, and Han Xiao had spent a lot of effort to convince him to join, just like how he had tricked Herles back then. Harmon Rockfall Sonodin was a Luhan beastman. He was more than 3 meters tall and had fur all over his body. He looked a little like a bear man and looked quite cute. However, he was a ferocious warrior race. The Luhan beastmen had their own civilization, located in another star cluster. Their ruling system was a tribal alliance system, and Harmon was a candidate for the chieftain of the Rockfall tribe. Although the Luhan beastmen were a galactic civilization, they had retained their warlike, barbaric, and martial traditions. When a tribe needed to elect the next chieftain, it was not a peaceful vote but a battle. All the candidates would be chased out of their mother planet and randomly landed on different planets. They would be required to train themselves in the galaxy and form their own war league at the same time. When the time limit was reached, everyone would bring their team back to their mother planet to participate in the war league of the other candidates. In other words, it was a battle between the princes for the right to succeed the throne. Harmon was a protagonist-type character, and the storyline for him was to help him obtain the position of chieftain of the Rockfall tribe. When he was tricking Harmon, Han Xiao had triggered this mission. This mission was simple and straightforward, from the beginning to the end. In his previous life, after players completed this side mission, the process would become an instance dungeon. Completing daily missions in the Rockfall tribe would give you instance dungeon crystals, so Han Xiao remembered it very clearly. The method to recruit Harmon was naturally to accept an ancient ceremony to become his war league and help him in the war league of the future. Harmon was not alone. He had also brought along his war league to join the mercenary group. There were dozens of strong Luhan beastmen warriors. Harmon had the strength of a B rank, and his ability was only a simple body strengthening ability, causing his muscles to swell. It was not that Han Xiao wanted to ridicule him, but it really gave him a sense of déjà vu. The effect of his ability was simple, but Harmon was proficient in all kinds of weapons, and was a warrior with exquisite combat skills. Han Xiao had seen his attributes before, and he had a total of 6 warrior subclasses. His brain was filled with muscles, and he was extremely fierce. It was said that the heavens were to the left, while the warriors were to the right. Harmon would probably smash his head into the frame on the right. The 3 new officers were filled with fresh blood, and the number of capable helpers under his command had increased. At the same time, the reward for the faction had also increased greatly. Currently, the maximum reward for a single mission was over 1 million experience points, and the total daily reward was more than 20 times that. This meant that through the faction missions, he could reward players with more than 20 million experience points. Recruiting NPC members was to attract more players. Opening the communication terminal, Han Xiao glanced at the mercenary group interface. Black Star Mercenary Credibility Points, 1018, Credibility Level, High, Total Scale, 417 D rank, 47 C rank, 359 B rank, 11 missions completed, 82 main area of activity, Colton Star Cluster History, Sunil Defense War, Silver Rescue Operation, Pursuit of Purple Germ Civilization Rebel Leader Pilapalapa was Asa, Norios Battle, 78 remaining missions. Collapse Expand, Founder, Black Star, Han Xiao Date of Creation, the 2nd of October 688 Evaluation, Medium-sized mercenary group. High credibility, good reputation, completed many missions with high evaluations. Has a cooperative relationship with many large mercenary groups. It is a field team under the Dragon Emperor, and its base is located on planet Golden Gate in the Garten star system. Leader Black Star once assisted in killing a Calamity-grade super in Norios. His strength is unpredictable and trustworthy. Today is the big day of the start of version 2.0. After waiting for almost a year, we have finally reached this step. These people should be enough. Han Xiao nodded in his mind. In the past year, he had done many things and made ample preparations. There were a total of 23 production lines in the base, and he only had about 1 million left out of his 4.5 million. Most of it had been spent on materials, making the production lines produce machinery day and night. The inventory in the warehouse was piled up like a mountain. The 1-year interest-free period of the loan was about to exceed. According to Rockfest's request, he would have to pay back the interest after a year. Han Xiao was waiting to earn it back from the players. His experience on the interface had long fallen below the 100 million mark. Han Xiao was still at level 116. He had spent his experience gambling blueprints and leveling up his skills, so he urgently needed to replenish it. He still had a mission completion card in his hands. If he had enough experience, he could even directly advance to level 140. It was impossible not to look forward to it. Putting away his thoughts, Han Xiao looked at everyone and said with a deep voice, "Today, I've gathered everyone to conduct a large-scale operation. My hometown is facing a calamity. Their vision is limited to the planet and cannot see what I see. I'm their only savior." The mercenaries below looked at each other. Black Star's hometown? Was it that native planet called Blue Star? "I will fight for you, just as you will fight for me." Harmon raised his fist and pounded his chest. "I will be by your side, as always." Hurlus nodded. All the mercenaries in the hall responded. Looking at the time, it was about time. Han Xiao opened the interface and waited silently. Not long after, a new notification appeared. Version 2.0 activated. Retrieving data. Retrieving data complete. Player forum opened. Welcome to Galaxy, version 2.0. After preparing for so long, version 2.0 was finally here. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he walked toward the door. The crowd automatically opened a path for him. Hundreds of elite mercenaries followed behind him in a grandiose manner. Chapter 494. Garten Star System, Star Zone 9, Blue Star. The southern continent was experiencing a scorching summer. The sun hung high in the sky, and the air was distorted by the high temperature. The moment version 2.0 was activated, the originally empty square in Sanctuary 3 was filled with players one after another. Hundreds, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. The originally empty square was filled with players in just a few seconds. Before the version update, due to the Last Stand mission left by Han Xiao and Galaxy Time's analysis of the main storyline of version 2.0, hundreds of thousands of Blue Star players gathered in Sanctuary 3 and chose to go offline there. Now that version 2.0 was activated, the place where these hundreds of thousands of players went online was Sanctuary 3. Hundreds of thousands of people gathered and looked around curiously. Is it version 2.0 now? There doesn't seem to be any changes. Sigh, the level cap has increased, and EXP can be used to level up. It is indeed a new version. Are there no other changes? I really just want to try pooping in the game. Pants strippers, please have some self-respect. The players discussed among themselves and opened their interfaces to check their attributes. Other than the level cap, there were no other changes to their personal information. However, very soon, someone realized that a mission notification had changed. It was The Last Stand, and the mission status had changed from frozen to activated. This was the prize pool mission left by Han Xiao before he left. The mission requirement was to protect Sanctuary 3 as a prelude to the mutation disaster and attract players to gather there. As he expected, this mission was suspected by the players to be related to the storyline of version 2.0. Now, this mission had actually been activated. Didn't this mean that the calamity in the mission notification had already begun? All the players were excited. Thanks to Black Phantom, they had barely participated in the main storyline in the previous version. This time, there was finally a major event that they could participate in. Right, the NPC who issued this mission was still Black Star. Oh, now he was called Black Star. Was he still in the galaxy? Once they thought of Han Xiao, many players could not help but be envious of the group of professional players who had been taken away by him. They had stepped into the galaxy earlier and were much better than them in terms of food, clothing, and equipment. Just as the players were observing, an announcement suddenly sounded in the sanctuary. All Inhumans, please stay where you are. I repeat, all Inhumans, please stay where you are. Soon, a large number of guards surrounded the plaza, their faces filled with shock and bewilderment as they stared nervously at the large crowd of players. All the inhumans on the planet had disappeared for a whole year, but they suddenly appeared today, which shocked the management of Sanctuary 3. Bennett quickly sent people to control the scene. At the same time, the players in Sanctuary 3 triggered the same mission. Stay where you are, mission introduction. While you were gone, many things happened to Blue Star. Right now, it's a critical moment for the survival of our civilization. Stay where you are and wait patiently for the relevant personnel to explain the situation. This was a small mission, and the reward was not much. It just so happened that the players also wanted to understand the situation. Hundreds of thousands of people obediently stayed in the square, mainly because they were surrounded by guards. God knew if they would be attacked if they left rashly. No one wanted to lose the shelter's reputation at the beginning of the version. Not long after, Bennett hurried over. Looking at the sea of people, his eyes flashed with joy. He recalled what Han Xiao had said before, saying that the Inhumans were the backbone of the resistance against this catastrophe. At such a critical moment, the Inhumans had appeared once again. He did not know the reason, but he knew that the Inhumans had come at the right time, and they were in urgent need of manpower. Bennett took out a loudspeaker and said loudly, "Everyone, Blue Star is facing an unprecedented disaster, and we urgently need help." He quickly explained the situation. Only then did the players know that it had been more than a year since the previous version. More than a month ago, a strange phenomenon had spread rapidly on planet Aquamarine and finally turned into a catastrophe that swept across the entire planet. Blue Star called it the mutation disaster. It had been a month since the mutation disaster had fully erupted, and the entire planet was in turmoil. The Six Nations regime had collapsed in just a month. No one knew the cause of the disaster, and they only knew that it was some kind of virus, which they called the mutation virus. Countless creatures, humans, beasts, and even plants, were infected, but no one could find out what the mutation virus looked like, how it spread, and how it worked. No one knew if they were infected or not. Before the virus broke out, every infected person was no different from normal. However, the moment it broke out, the infected person would suddenly have unusual desires, including but not limited to killing intent, desire to destroy, anger, sadness, madness, lust, hunger, thirst, and so on. A weak person could suddenly become a butcher who killed without batting an eyelid. A normal person could suddenly squat down and crazily swallow sand until they died, and a dignified woman could suddenly become a slut. The most frightening thing was that when the virus broke out, the infected person still maintained their rationality. This meant that they did not lose control or act rashly. Instead, these desires guided their thoughts and led them to do all sorts of things. According to the memories of the survivors, when the virus broke out, these desires came from the bottom of their hearts, and they were their true thoughts at that time. It was as if their personalities had been changed by someone, and they had become another person. However, they did not realize it and felt that their actions were normal when the virus broke out. Bennett gave a few examples, and the confused players immediately understood how frightening the mutation disaster was. Maple was the first place where the virus broke out on a large scale. The infected people in the army picked up their guns and started to kill their comrades. The army instantly fell into chaos, and no one knew which soldier was the infected. A civil war broke out, and tanks, helicopters, rockets, and other weapons were used. A large-scale outbreak of the virus broke out, and almost half of Maple's military strength was destroyed. The president even showed serious violent tendencies and wanted to plant mushrooms all over the world. Luckily, launching a nuclear bomb required a complicated process. If the button to launch the bomb was on the president's desk, the world would have been destroyed, and the president would have been arrested after the incident. All sorts of ridiculous things that could not happen under normal circumstances happened without any warning. It was not scary for one person to go crazy, but what was scary was for the entire world to go crazy. No one knew when the people around them would break out, and they could not even guarantee that they were not normal. This fear was unparalleled, and it was as if the entire world had become their enemy. No one dared to trust anyone else, and they were in a constant state of panic. A month after the outbreak of the mutation disaster, social order had collapsed, and many prosperous cities had become wastelands. For safety, the citizens had no choice but to migrate or find a place to hide. Pessimism became the mainstream, and a view of the mutation disaster became popular all over the world. They believed that the nuclear radiation was the cause of the virus. Thus, countless citizens started to curse the germinal organization war that had brought them peace. They believed that this was retribution and doomsday. After hearing the introduction, many players felt a chill in their hearts. Thinking about it, this virus was too scary. Originally, the players had all sorts of guesses about the so-called disaster of version 2.0, but they did not expect it to be such a strange situation. What exactly was the mutation virus? For a moment, the players were stunned. The flow of time during the update was not synchronized. In the eyes of the players, the update had only been a few days, and the world that they were familiar with had been turned upside down. Was it that exciting? Does this mean that there is no cure for this virus? A player asked. Bennett shook his head. Currently, we have found two ways to resist the mutation virus. Firstly, supers are not easily infected, and this has been verified. Secondly, our Sanctuary 3 has developed a suppressant that can make people immune to the virus for a period of time. However, the production is limited, and we are working hard to cultivate the raw materials. However, the quantity is far from enough. The moment he said that, the interface of the players changed, and they triggered the main storyline mission. Mutation disaster, mission introduction. The Blue Star is facing an unprecedented disaster. Resisting the mutation disaster is the responsibility of all living beings on this planet. Mission requirements: contribute to the fight against the mutation disaster. Progress, 030-000-000 success condition. Achieve progress before the mutation virus becomes complete. Failure condition: the Blue Star civilization will collapse, and all survivors will be forced to evacuate. Reward, depends on personal progress and contribution. Note, even if the growth of the virus causes the overall progress to decrease, the personal progress will still be included in the reward. The mission requirements of the players were similar to Han Xiao's, but the players' mutation disaster mission requirement was only the 30 million progress of the Blue Star civilization. On the other hand, Han Xiao's mission requirement included all the other planets that had the mutation disaster. Obviously, the Han technician's mission was more complete. This was a large-scale main storyline mission that all the players had to do together. The contribution of every player would be included in the overall progress, and they had to work together to achieve the mission goal. We triggered the main storyline mission the moment we went online. The storyline of this version is so fast. No need for foreplay, just straight to the point. I like to be so direct. No, we received the main storyline mission directly because we went online in Sanctuary 3. This place allows us to enter the main storyline mission earlier. The Galaxy Times analysis was not wrong. Everyone thought about it and came to a realization. That was indeed the case. If they were somewhere else, no one would have explained the situation in detail. Furthermore, Bennett had said that Sanctuary 3 was the only place that had the suppressant. This meant that this was the key location of the main storyline mission in version 2.0, and it was the mission left behind by Black Phantom that led them here. He's our guiding light. With the main storyline mission, the players were energized and asked what they could do to help. The situation was chaotic for a moment, and Bennett finally managed to stabilize the situation. He ordered his subordinates to list all kinds of tasks. These were all missions, and the content was different. However, the rewards were all to increase the progress of the main storyline mission. Each mission required a limited amount of manpower, and it caused a mad scramble. The big guilds got the most missions, and some solo players did not get the official mission of the Sanctuary, so they were a little depressed. A player could not help but ask, "Can we leave the Sanctuary now? I want to go somewhere else." Bennett had a helpless expression. "You'd better go up the wall and take a look yourself." The steel wall of the Sanctuary completely blocked the view outside. Hearing this, many players were curious. A group of players climbed up the wall and looked outside the Sanctuary. With just one look, these players were stunned, and shock appeared on their faces. Within a radius of a few dozen kilometers around the shelter, countless tents were densely packed together, like grey clouds covering the reddish-brown earth. It was like a huge open-air refugee camp. God knows how many people stayed outside the shelter and refused to leave. From time to time, angry shouts and fighting sounds could be heard from a certain location. It was unknown whether someone was having a seizure or fighting for scarce water or food. The news that we have the suppressant has spread. Countless people come here every day, wanting to be injected with the suppressant and seeking our protection. Bennett followed them and gazed at the endless refugee camp. His tone was sorrowful. However, our suppressant production is limited, and we can only inject a certain number of refugees every day. We can only let the others camp outside and wait. The more people there are, the more cases there will be. Many people die outside every day, but I can't let everyone in, or there will be a riot inside. I can only watch them die. The entire world was helpless against the mutation disaster, and only Sanctuary 3 had a solution. The result was obvious: this place had become the last hope in the eyes of the refugees, and countless people flocked to it. In Han Xiao's previous life, when the mutation disaster broke out, everyone had become headless flies, panicking and without a destination. The situation was extremely chaotic. But now, due to Han Xiao's influence on the storyline, all the refugees on the planet had a goal, and that was Sanctuary 3. They saw it as their only savior. However, the suppressant that Yi Yeqing and Aurora had created could only be effective for a short period of time and would not be able to get rid of the virus forever. Bennett had no idea how to solve this disaster, and no one in Blue Star knew either. He could not help but think of the reason Han Xiao had left for the galaxy. Black Phantom wanted to find a solution to the disaster. Did this mean that staying in Blue Star would not be able to solve the mutation disaster? Bennett could only place his hopes on Han Xiao, if he could really return. Chapter 495. At the same time, Jubilee Hub, the Black Star Mercenaries' temporary stronghold. Dozens of faint lights flashed, and the professional players that followed Han Xiao appeared. They were Mad Blade, Hao Tian, Pork Bun, and the others. During the version update, they had all gone offline here. The habit of the professional players was to check the changes in the version interface. As professional players, they were most concerned about personal attributes, equipment, and other practical factors. After confirming that the level limit had been increased, everyone looked at each other before looking around. They were stunned. There was not a single person in the stronghold. Only the monotonous lights were lit, and the metal walls and floor reflected a faint white light. Although the entire stronghold was spotless due to the cleaning equipment, the open doors and silent atmosphere were enough to let the players know that no one had lived in this stronghold for a long time. Everything in every room had disappeared, including Black Star's personal warehouse and machinery modification room. If not for the fact that even the furniture had disappeared, they would have thought that a thief had broken into the stronghold. Why is there no one here? Where's Black Star? Mad Blade was puzzled. I don't know how much time has passed. It seems like they are no longer here, Hao Tian said in a low voice. It's also possible that they are all dead, Li Ji muttered. Everyone glared at him angrily. There was a historical reason for him to think this way. He still remembered that the guild under the Temple of God had encountered the tragedy of their mission distribution location being destroyed during the closed beta. How stupid. Just look at the faction's information. Maple Moon rolled her eyes. As a member of the mercenary group, they could look at the faction's information and know the Black Star mercenaries' situation. There was no need for them to guess blindly. However, the players did not know that they could see the faction's information because Han Xiao had purposely added this information to the faction's interface. The purpose was to let the players know how strong the mercenary group was and to increase their sense of belonging. Han Technician had always been consistent. All the convenience he gave the players was to make it easier for them to earn money. After opening the mercenary group's interface, the information jumped into their eyes. The professional players were shocked. Mad Blade said, "The number of people in the faction has increased. There are actually over 400 people now, and the number of missions completed has increased. Oh, look at the evaluation. It says that the Black Star Mercenaries base is currently located on planet Golden Gate. So, the mercenary group has moved, but where is planet Golden Gate? It's not over yet. Look at this. Black Star actually killed a Calamity-grade super in Norios. Holy sh**, so powerful. Pork Bun was just about to exclaim when he suddenly felt that something was amiss. Wait, what level is a Calamity grade? At this time, the players still did not know that Grade A's nickname was the Calamity grade. They had never heard of this before, but they felt that it was very cool. In any case, players could only look up to the strength of C rank and above. This group of professional players was a little dazed. What did the Black Star mercenary experience when they weren't around? At this moment, the doorbell of the stronghold suddenly rang. The professional players were shocked. Before they could react, Second Prince had already given up on thinking and opened the door. A triangular snake-headed man was standing outside the door. "Are you guys members of the Black Star mercenary?" the snake-headed man asked. The professional players looked at each other before nodding their heads. "I'm a captain of the Crown Travel Agency. His Excellency Black Star instructed me to send you guys to Blue Star." The snake-headed man flicked his tongue and said, "Please follow me." Hearing that, everyone's faces were filled with shock. They did not expect that Black Star would actually send a ship to pick them up. The mutation disaster had caused the global situation to change. The rule of the Six Nations was on the verge of collapse, and a large portion of the country was in chaos. Due to the mutation virus, everyone had a chance of contracting the disease, including government officials. All levels of government were paralyzed, and if a government lost its people, it would be equivalent to losing all its power. It would only exist in name, and the Six Nations were slowly sliding into this abyss. The various segments of society were made up of people, and the essence of order was to make people obey. There were many reasons, such as law enforcement, the military, the economic system, cultural traditions, moral values, and so on. These were all to make people understand the consequences of breaking the rules and self-control. However, the mutation virus had destroyed people's normal logic and fear. When they contracted the disease, they would not consider the consequences at all. All these factors had lost their effect, and the seemingly unbreakable order became fragile like porcelain overnight. Chaos. This was the most appropriate definition of the current situation of society. Unable to trust any living creature, only cold machines were the only reliable things left. After the outbreak of the mutation disaster, the Six Nations abandoned their previous grudges. In the face of a disaster, their own interests were no longer important, and they had no other choice but to work together. At this moment, the leaders of the Six Nations were having a video conference. 20 days ago, we jointly requested assistance from the Godora civilization, and Godora said that they would rush over as soon as possible. However, it has been so long, and they have yet to appear. The mutation disaster was like a woman wearing chastity pants, and no matter how hard they tried, they could not pry open the door. The Six Nations knew that Blue Star's technology would not be able to resolve this mutation disaster, and no matter what they did, they would not be able to do anything. Thus, they had reported the situation of the mutation disaster, and the Six Nations had a channel to contact Godora. They hoped that a more advanced civilization would come and save them. However, even now, there were still no spaceships descending. This made the upper echelons of the Six Nations extremely anxious, and they kept urging the Godora, only to receive the same answer from the AI. In truth, the Six Nations did not know that the mutation disaster did not only break out in Blue Star but also in the Garten star system. Godora was also in a state of confusion. Han Xiao had yet to reveal that this was Darkstar's scheme, so Godora was kept in the dark and did not place too much importance on this matter. When Godora will arrive is not something we can control. Now, a new situation has appeared. Not long ago, the Inhumans that disappeared for more than a year have reappeared. This is too much of a coincidence. They might be the ones who brought the mutation virus here, someone said angrily. The Six Nations had always suspected that the Inhumans were not of their race, and their prejudice had never disappeared. No matter what, the majority of the Inhumans are supers, and they might be able to help. No matter who it is, I just want to wake up from this nightmare as soon as possible. In such a situation, I don't even dare to meet my wife, afraid that I might not be able to control myself and hurt her, an official said with a bitter expression. Although Bennett has announced the formula of the suppressant to the world, only Sanctuary 3 can produce it steadily. He said that he will not be able to give us more, but I don't believe him. They must be hiding more suppressants. As soon as this was said, the current leaders of the 6 nations fell silent. They all knew that everyone present had their eyes on the suppressant. When a disaster happened, and you had the only thing in your hands that could resist the disaster, the meaning of this thing would exceed its own use. For the sake of the suppressant, everyone could only listen. Even if Bennett did not have any other thoughts, Sanctuary 3 had already become the center of the world, and countless people were rushing there. The 6 nations really wanted to control the suppressant to unite the people and restore the collapsed regime. However, if they were to snatch it, the situation that the people had just gotten used to would be broken again, and it would cause even greater risks. If they were not careful, it could cause irreparable consequences. Was stabilizing the regime more important than the survival of the entire civilization? Some people could not convince themselves, while some could. However, no matter which side they belonged to, their thoughts were not that firm, and they were wavering between the 2 sides. If we really want to do it, it's best to do it as soon as possible, the leader of Raylan said with a deep voice. Time waits for no one. 2 days passed in a flash. Hundreds of thousands of players stayed in Sanctuary 3 to adapt to the new version and participate in the main storyline missions. Although there were a lot of players, there were almost an endless number of missions in the Sanctuary. The missions with the most rewards were naturally the official missions that Bennett had issued. There was a limited number of such missions every day, and the other missions were triggered by different people. The countless refugees outside the Sanctuary had all sorts of requests, and there was no way to finish all of them. What seemed like tedious work to others was done with gusto by the players. Their attitude was serious, and they were passionate about their work. All of them were role models of good citizens, making the Sanctuary's own guards feel inferior. The majority of the missions rewarded them with the progress of the mutation disaster. After 2 days of action by all the Blue Star players, the total progress had reached 730,000. It should have been more, but the destruction caused by the mutation disaster every day would reduce the total progress by a portion. The players had to continue accumulating progress, or else they would fall behind. Although they were not clear about the theory behind the mutation virus, the players did not care about that. As long as there was a mission to guide them, they would just focus on it. As version 2.0 was about to enter the galaxy, the players knew that this main storyline was only the first big storyline of the new version, and it was not the entire storyline. The players on the other planets had basically encountered the same thing. The beginning was a crisis, but the events were different. The situation on planet Winterfrost was the funniest. As a planet where the Extinguish Army was stationed, they were actually attacked. In comparison, the speed at which the Blue Star players entered the main storyline was the fastest. However, the actual situation was very different from his previous life. The activity level of the forums was no different from before the update. In fact, it was even more lively than before. With the start of the new version, many players were sharing their information. Bennett stood on the city wall and looked down at the bustling sanctuary. Hundreds of thousands of Inhumans were everywhere, solving the urgent need of manpower. Seeing this, his brows relaxed a little. Luckily, we have the help of these Inhumans. Who would have thought that the influence left behind by Black Phantom is still protecting us? Bennett sighed with a complicated tone. Hela was behind him, leaning against the wall. She was expressionless as she looked at the endless refugee camp outside the city. All of a sudden, strange cries could be heard from the refugee camp. Countless people fell ill at the same time without any warning. This was the scary part of the mutation virus, it could erupt at any time. The refugee camp, which was barely able to maintain order, fell into chaos. Millions of infected people started fighting and killing each other. The scene was spectacular, and the noise was deafening. A small portion of the refugees who did not fall ill had fear written all over their faces. They sat down on the ground and shivered. The guards on the city wall were also stunned. Bennett's expression changed, and he grabbed the wall with both hands. His fingerprints were imprinted on the concrete. With so many people gathered here, the consequences will be dire if they all fall ill. By the time the symptoms subside, the death toll will have exceeded 1 million people. Many of the players stopped what they were doing. This was the first time they had seen such a situation. Some of them even turned on the recording function. They had seen war scenes before, but this was the first time they had seen millions of people fighting. The refugees did not use any weapons and only used their fists and teeth to fight. They were like wild beasts, extremely barbaric and bloody. We have to stop this, or many people will die. Let our people take action and knock out all the infected people. Bennett immediately gave the order. Every infected person had a chance to be saved. With so many people killing each other in front of him, he could not sit back and do nothing. Rumble. Right at this moment, a rumbling sound came from afar, and it was getting louder and louder. Looking over, countless wild beasts could be seen running toward them. The wild beasts of Blue Star were also infected by the mutation virus. The wild environment was already extremely dangerous, and it was even more difficult for them to survive. Furthermore, the infected beasts were different from humans. While the infected beasts were violent, they would form groups and move in groups. They would sometimes kill each other or attack the city. The group of beasts charged to the edge of the refugee camp, and a massacre broke out. The refugees were torn apart and trampled on by the beasts, and their bodies were torn apart. The scene was extremely bloody, and it was as though heavy cavalry had charged into a defenseless crowd and started a massacre. Pa. Bennett crushed a piece of the wall and roared, "Not good, a group of beasts actually came at such a time. Hurry up and save them. If we leave them here, all the refugees will die." At this moment, the mission list of the players changed. The total progress of Mutation Disaster started to plummet, and 10,000 points were lost in the blink of an eye. Everyone triggered an emergency group mission at the same time, and the mission was to save as many refugees as possible. The reward was 50,000 to 200,000 points, and the fewer people that died, the higher the reward. However, the speed at which their progress was falling was extremely fast. If they did not save them quickly, they would probably lose more than half of their progress over the past 2 days. Hurry up and save them. Looking for a party. Anyone is fine, as long as there are enough people. The hundreds of thousands of players in the sanctuary panicked and hurriedly moved out to save the refugees. They knocked out the infected and sent them to the sanctuary. Apart from the rescue team, Bennett also sent a portion of the players to delay the pace of the group of beasts. There were at least 300,000 beasts, and they would not be able to kill them all in a short period of time. They could only delay and save as many refugees as possible. Hela had already charged into the group of beasts, and her dark red energy was released. Beasts that were 3 to 4 meters tall died in her hands one after another. The surrounding players were also fighting with the group of beasts, and the blood of the beasts splattered all over her body. Killing was what she was best at, and fighting had long been ingrained in her bones. It was like eating and breathing to her. However, this battle made her feel extremely complicated. She had once been an executioner who killed the innocent, and this was the first time she was fighting to save strangers. Rumble. The scene was chaotic. The refugee camp was caught in the middle. On one side, the group of beasts was advancing, and on the other side, the players were saving people. Both sides were advancing toward the center of the camp at the same time, and the infected refugees did not know how to escape. They were still killing each other, and it was a mess. The scene was chaotic, and even with Bennett's strength, he was dazzled. His palms were sweating as he watched the situation nervously. There are too many beasts, and their attack frequency is at least 4 times per second. We can't hold on at all. Damn it, I'm having a mental breakdown. I'm about to be crushed. There are gaps everywhere, and we can't stop them at all. The players were unable to fend off the horde of beasts, and they were constantly dying. Although they could revive, they still had to run out of the sanctuary, which took up a lot of time. Time was what they lacked the most. Every second, the total progress was rapidly decreasing, and the players were very anxious. Whoosh! Just as the situation was deteriorating, an ear-piercing sound suddenly came from the sky. Even in the chaotic environment, This sound still reached everyone's ears clearly, and countless gazes subconsciously looked toward the sky. Hundreds of egg-shaped metal cabins fell from the sky, and they were enveloped in flames that penetrated the atmosphere. They were like hundreds of meteors, and the place where they landed was right in front of the gate of the sanctuary. Bang! 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 The metal cabins landed one after another, and the ground was filled with cracks. The next moment, the doors of the metal cabins popped open, and people walked out from each of the metal cabins. This group of people were all wearing armor and holding weapons. They were dressed in a variety of styles, and it was obvious that they did not belong to Blue Star. Everyone gathered over with curious and shocked gazes, and they instantly understood that these metal eggs were airdrop cabins. These uninvited guests were all warriors from the Black Star Galaxy. Just as everyone was wondering about the purpose of this group of people, a masked man in black who seemed to be the leader waved his hand, and hundreds of warriors moved at the same time, charging toward the group of beasts. Boom! Boom! The Black Star Galaxy warriors unleashed their powerful combat power and immediately took over the battle. The seemingly unstoppable group of beasts seemed to have crashed into an iron wall, and they were all stop. Just a few hundred people were far more effective than the tens of thousands of players around them. Hella's eyes flashed with shock. She was on the battlefield and felt it the most. Almost all the Black Star Galaxy warriors gave her more pressure than Bennett, and Bennett was basically the strongest person in Blue Star at the moment. This meant that any one of these Black Star Galaxy warriors was stronger than Bennett. With the help of the unknown reinforcements, the crisis was alleviated, and only the masked man in black remained at the gate. Bennett jumped down from the city wall, walked to the masked man, and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? Where are you from? Why are you helping us?" In the past, Bennett had seen the captured Godora investigator, so he did not lose his mind when he saw an alien. However, the next second, the calm expression he tried to maintain instantly turned into shock. "Long time no see, Bennett. Why are you so shocked? Why? Did you think I wouldn't come back?" Han Xiao raised his hand and slowly took off his mask, revealing his face. His lips curled up into a smile, and he felt that he was very handsome. Bennett's body froze, and he could not believe what he was seeing. His lips trembled, and his shocked expression quickly turned into ecstasy. Hella, who was far away, opened her eyes wide. The moment Han Xiao took off his mask, almost all the players were stunned. Then, the joy of reuniting after a long time rose up in their hearts, and their morale skyrocketed. This familiar figure was like a cardiac stimulant, injecting boiling hot blood into all the players present. They were so excited that their scalps started to turn numb, and their tails were taut. Chapter 496. From Planet Golden Gate to Blue Star, the journey took 2 days. Even when they passed by Jubilee Hub, Han Xiao did not pick up Mad Blade and the others personally. Instead, he sent a spaceship under his command to pick them up and return to Blue Star in the shortest time possible. The forums that he had not logged in for a long time were opened again. He was very clear about the movements of the players. When the spaceship arrived at the atmosphere of Blue Star, the players happened to post the video of the large-scale riot in Sanctuary 3 on the forums. The players were suddenly in a predicament, but this was good news. Han Technician realized that this was an opportunity. After leaving Blue Star for so many years, it was best to make a memorable appearance when he returned. Therefore, he decisively led all the mercenaries to land. This was the standard landing mode for mercenaries. During version 1.0, he had left behind the name Black Phantom in Blue Star, and he was famous all over the world. Of course, he could not return at night. This was not because he wanted to be high profile, but because doing so would be very beneficial for his upcoming plan. A stunning return would not only fulfill the promise that he had left behind when he left the planet, but it would also show that he was closely related to the storyline of version 2.0 and make the players excited. This was a way to create his own image. Since he wanted to attract the players to his faction, other than the benefits provided by his own strength, his image was also very important, just like a company's brand. After the accumulation of experience in version 1.0, he knew that he had an innate advantage of having acquaintances among the players. The most important thing was that, After all, acting cool did not cost money. Looking at the shocked and overjoyed expressions of Bennett and the surrounding players, Han Xiao was very satisfied that his plan had worked. You. Bennett opened his mouth but did not know what to say at that moment. We'll talk later. Let's deal with the matters here first. Okay. Bennett had a stomach full of questions, but he could only hold them back for now. He was very curious about what Han Xiao had encountered in the galaxy. He had not seen Pork Bun's video. Don't worry, I've dealt with this situation too many times. Leave it to me. Han Xiao patted Bennett's shoulder and smiled. I'm a professional now. As for the beast calamity, he had dealt with at least 6 or 7 similar incidents. The Sunil incident had left a deep impression on him, so he had plenty of experience. Han Xiao understood the situation at a glance. As long as the horde was dealt with, he would have time to knock out the refugees. The problem was that the players couldn't stop the horde, but to the mercenaries under his command, this was a piece of cake. In the past, when he wasn't strong enough, he felt that the Blue Star wild beasts were very dangerous. However, after being in the interstellar space for so long, his horizons had broadened. From his current perspective, the Blue Star wild beasts weren't much. His strength was enough to sweep across the entire world and sweep through the novice village. The Black Star mercenaries unleashed all of their skills. Hundreds of light cannons pierced through the horde of beasts, and fireballs bombarded the ground like missiles. The majestic attacks sliced apart the beasts one by one, and the rumbling sound shook the earth, even suppressing the howls of the beasts. Hurlus swung the 10-meter-long battleship slicing blade like the wind. It was as if he was in a no-man's land. Any beast that came within a few dozen meters of him would be cut in half without any resistance. Swoosh! The rhythm of Seirin's legs brought out more than 10 after-images. His daggers were smeared with darkness, and they swept past the beasts like snakes, leaving shallow wounds on their skin. However, his martial arts techniques had already penetrated the hearts of the beasts. Although it was only a shallow cut, the piercing blade wave had already pierced through the beasts' flesh, leaving a cut in their bodies. There was massive internal bleeding, but the wounds couldn't be seen from the outside. Any beast that was cut by him would fall to the ground in the next moment. His attacks were gentle without any killing intent, but they were extremely cruel. Bang bang bang! The cannons buzzed, and Jeanette was like an unfurled fortress. Guns extended from all over her body, and a total of 20 to 30 cannons shot out a dense rain of cannons, shattering everything in front of her. She was so excited that her face was flushed red. Every time she fired a cannon, the pleasure was no less than copulation to her. Roar! On the other side, Harmon let out a roar, and his entire body suddenly swelled. His muscles expanded like a sponge, and his originally dense hair was squeezed out by his muscles. His entire body was covered with veins, and he was like a small giant draped in a beast fur battle robe. His body was even larger than this group of beasts, and these elephant-like savage beasts were like large dogs in front of him. He held a door-sized black stone battle axe in his hand, and took turns to unleash violent attacks. Chopping, slashing, smashing, and slapping, he fought like a warrior, and very quickly, his entire body was bathed in blood. Bang bang bang! Beasts were sent flying by his attacks, and they landed heavily on the ground, just like a truck rampaging through a crowd of people. Harmon's combat techniques were extremely proficient. His movements were violent and barbaric, yet there was an indescribable sense of beauty, a combination of strength and beauty. With his special ability to strengthen his body and his warrior subclass, he could be considered a different kind of martial artist, one that was even more savage and brutal. The numerous players did not have the space to interfere, and they hurriedly recorded the battle. Watching the battle made their blood boil, and their excitement soared. The battle prowess of these B-rank officers far surpassed Blue Star's standard, and it was as if they were watching a movie. Black Star's sudden arrival gave them a great surprise. The appearance of the orbital airdrop pod was too flashy, and it was simply like a heavenly justice descending from the heaven. Han Xiao took a careful look, and confirmed that there was no need for him to personally take action. With his current battle prowess, he could create an even greater impact on the players' hearts. However, after pondering for a moment, he finally gave up on this idea. It was better to leave some space for the players to imagine, and maintain a sense of mystery. Only then could his acting skills break through the heavens. The originally thorny situation was quickly and efficiently resolved by Black Star's mercenaries. The beasts were completely wiped out, and they could be made into jerky and stored, alleviating the problem of food. Without the berserk beast horde, the hundreds of thousands of players quickly subdued all the sick refugees. After a quick count, less than 100,000 people had died, which was much better than the worst outcome. At least from the numbers, it was so. However, looking at the pile of refugees' corpses, Bennett's mood was not good. The outside of the sanctuary was a mess. Bennett temporarily left Han Xiao behind and commanded the sanctuary soldiers to clean up the battlefield. Han Xiao quite admired this kind of attitude of putting proper business first. The sudden mission was completed, and the reward was over 100,000. The lost progress was made up for. Tens of thousands of players swarmed forward and surrounded Han Xiao and the others excitedly. Ever since Han Xiao left, only the group of pro players could enjoy his interactions. They were so envious. Now that Black Star had finally returned to the embrace of the players, they could not wait to go up and touch him. The players were not unfamiliar with the Black Star mercenary. After all, Pork Bun's series of videos had a lot of viewers. However, the mercenary group at this time was obviously different from the last video of Pork Bun before the update. No one knew what happened during the update, but the Black Star mercenary had many new officers. The players only recognized a few of them, such as Hurlus and Arosha. They could not help but curiously size up the other mercenaries. These people's armor is so cool. So many Sunils. Are they all working for Black Star now? Wow, that girl is so young and so pretty. I'll give her 9.5 points. A player with unique eyesight noticed Sylvia. So many furry monsters. Some players wanted to complain about the Luhan beastmen, who were obviously much taller than the others. However, Harmon looked over with a strange gaze, as if there was desire and passion. This player's butt tightened, and his scalp went numb. He hurriedly hid in the crowd. In reality, the first thing that Harmon would think of when he saw anyone was to pull them into his war league. Therefore, it was normal for him to feel thirsty when he saw people. Many mercenaries were ugly, so in comparison, the presence of handsome men and beautiful women was much stronger. For example, Fu Ding attracted the attention of almost half of the female players. That guy is so handsome. Fu Ding felt the gazes of the female players. He looked back and politely gave them a warm smile. In the eyes of these female players, the world seemed to have brightened up, and their hearts were instantly intoxicated. Oh my God, so handsome that it's inhumane. I think I'm going to fall in love. This old man's maiden heart is about to explode. Han Xiao glanced at them. He always felt that these female players had hearts popping out of their heads like bubbles. He did not expect that Fu Ding would have such an effect. Most female players were more emotional, and their values were different from male players. Between practicality and appearance, they preferred the latter. Fu Ding was simply a harvester for female players. Letting Fu Ding attract female players is beneficial to the faction's attractiveness. Bringing him along was indeed the right choice. Han Xiao nodded. He suddenly felt like he was a brothel keeper, and Fu Ding was one of his subordinates. He usually did not think too much, but when he saw the players, he was also happy. They were all walking wallets. Although the female players all looked at Fu Ding, Han Xiao did not have any opinion. As long as it was beneficial to the plan, he would not waver in his charm. Because Pork Bun's Black Star video series was like a series, the Blue Star players were very interested in the development of the Black Star mercenary. They could not wait to know the story of these new officers. At the same time, the mercenaries were also observing the players. Sylvia whispered, "Why are the people from my teacher's hometown looking at us strangely? Do you guys have the same feeling?" "No, isn't it normal?" Fu Ding said. The players that surrounded them opened up a path. They walked past the hundreds of airdrop pods embedded in the ground and entered the door. After entering the sanctuary, Han Xiao looked around and sighed. "Everything here has not changed since I left. I really miss it. Wait, why is there such an ugly statue here? Who is this statue? Why is it in my sanctuary? Huang Yu, come out and explain it to me. Not far away from the entrance of the sanctuary was a tall statue of a person. Everyone who walked in could see it. Han Xiao noticed it immediately and felt a little uncomfortable. This was his sanctuary. What was the meaning of putting someone else's statue here? Furthermore, it was such an ugly statue. Huang Yu followed with sweat all over his forehead. Although he was now the actual manager of the sanctuary, in front of Han Xiao, he subconsciously reverted to his assistant attitude and spoke carefully. Your Excellency Black Phantom. That is your statue. You haven't been back for too long, so I asked someone to remember you. Actually, it's quite pretty. Han Xiao changed his words as fast as a typhoon. The group of mercenaries looked at the statue and then looked at Han Xiao. They all shook their heads. What? This statue does not look like Black Star at all. This statue is obviously a normal human. Even our leader does not know what species it is. Teacher, are you very famous in your hometown? Sylvia asked curiously. At this time, Bennett finally had time to walk over. He shook his head and said, Black Phantom is not just famous. He is the legend of this planet. The mercenaries looked at each other. Legend? They were a little curious about their leader's past. Black Phantom? Sylvia opened her eyes wide and turned to look at Han Xiao. So your nickname has always been so bad. I thought it was an exception. Are you complaining that I have been too lenient with you recently? If you want to copy theory books, just tell me. I can let you live a very fulfilling year. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. He pinched Sylvia's smooth face and pulled hard. It was so painful that she gasped. Although they were chatting, he did not forget about the important matter. He turned to Bennett and asked, What's the situation now? The disaster you mentioned really happened. Sigh, let's go to the meeting room and talk more. Bennett could not help but look at Han Xiao. He wanted to say something but stopped. He asked, Right, how did you come back? Han Xiao suddenly realized something. You reminded me. I forgot something. Wait for me. He took out his communicator and pressed a few buttons. Rumble, the wind pressure suddenly came, blowing the dust and sand into the air. Shadows appeared on the ground, and then the shadows quickly expanded. More than half of the sanctuary was covered in shadows. More than 10 spaceships floated above the sanctuary. Their huge bodies covered the sky and the sun. It was a spectacular sight. This was the fleet that Han Xiao brought. He did not want to stop in outer space, so he called the spaceships down and stopped above the sanctuary. They covered the sky and the sun. This scene was thousands of times bigger than the airborne cabin. The hundreds of thousands of players on the ground looked up. Their mouths were wide open, and they were stunned. Chapter 497. The fleet floated quietly above the sanctuary like a flying fortress. The people on the ground looked up and could only see the bottom of the spaceship and the circular anti-gravity stabilizers shining with blue light. This was not the first time the players of Planet Aquamarine had seen a spaceship with their own eyes. When Han Xiao left Planet Aquamarine, a spaceship had descended once before. Now, history was repeating itself. However, it was not a single spaceship but a fleet. Although spaceships could be seen everywhere in Pork Bun's video of the Black Star mercenary conquering the galaxy, the shock was even more intense when seen up close. Hundreds of thousands of players looked up with excitement and amazement. Many of them had been recording. The power Han Xiao displayed was far beyond the past, but he did not make a move himself. To be able to command so many strong people, he must be even stronger. The question was, how strong was he? The players all used detect on Han Xiao, but the information they got was still full of question marks. The danger level was still extremely fatal. This was like a feather that tickled the hearts of many players. They were extremely curious about Han Xiao's strength. I really want to know. My spaceship is parked above the sanctuary. You don't have any objections, right? Han Xiao turned his head and said to the dumbfounded Huang Yu. His expression was calm, and his tone was as if he was saying, It's nothing. Huang Yu shook his head like a rattledrum and wiped off his cold sweat. This was not a question of whether he had any objections, it was clearly whether he dared to have any objections. Han Xiao looked at Bennett and said, "Let's go, let's talk." This, Bennett was shocked. They had not seen each other for 2 years, and Han Xiao kept giving him surprises. What exactly did Black Phantom experience in the galaxy? A sense of anticipation grew from the bottom of his heart. Black Phantom said that he went to the galaxy to find a solution to the disaster. Now that he was back, he should have found it, right? The crowd was crowded. The group passed through the crowd and headed toward the core area of the sanctuary. Han Xiao first dealt with Bennett's problem and left the players aside. There was no need to be so impatient. After all, the leeks planted in the ground would not run away. Let the impact of the return brew among the players first. This was the same logic as letting bullets fly for a while. Han Technician was never impatient. Being impatient would not yield ripe crops. Han Xiao let the mercenaries wait outside and only brought the officers into the meeting room. Yi Yeqing had been waiting there for a long time. She looked at Han Xiao with a complicated expression and asked the question that had always been on her mind. "When you exchanged me from Belle of Death Island, I did not believe that your reason was true. I was not the only pharmacist, but you chose me. Did you already know that I could make inhibitors? Take a guess." Han Xiao did not answer. Yi Yeqing frowned. She did not mind being used for her freedom, but she hated the feeling of being kept in the dark. She wanted to ask more questions, but when she saw Han Xiao's eyes, she felt a sense of pressure that penetrated deep into her heart. It was as if a huge rock was pressing down on her chest. Han Xiao's aura was much stronger than before. She bit her lips and did not dare to be rash like before. She swallowed her words. Bennett cleared his throat and continued the conversation. "As you can see, the disaster that you predicted has indeed happened. We call it the mutation disaster. I hope that you came back because you found a solution. With Blue Star's technology, there is no way to solve it. Even the mutation virus could not be discovered. Tell me about the situation." Han Xiao nodded. Because of his influence, the process of Blue Star encountering the mutation disaster was very different from his previous life. For example, there was no Sanctuary 3 in his previous life. Although the exact storyline was different, the core of the matter was the same, the mutation disaster. If he could grasp the core, he would not be afraid of the storyline changing. Using 10 minutes, Bennett explained the current situation of Blue Star to Han Xiao. "The situation is still optimistic. I came back just in time," Han Xiao said. Bennett paused for a moment before asking, "What did you experience in the universe?" He finally had the chance to ask. He wanted to know how Han Xiao had built his organization, what had happened, what was his current identity, and so on. "I am now a mercenary. These are my companions." Han Xiao pointed at the officers who were playing Wayne cards in boredom. Hurlis and Harmon were in a deadlock. This group of good-for-nothings could not be serious. They were not concerned about the situation of the disaster. After all, their captain would deal with it. What was there to worry about? Han Xiao briefly described his experience, but Bennett was still amazed. The vastness of the universe was far beyond his imagination. Although he had stayed in Blue Star because of his responsibilities, Bennett could not lie to his heart. He also yearned for the sea of stars. Bang! At this moment, the door suddenly opened, and Aurora rushed in. Her gaze passed through the officers and saw Han Xiao sitting by the table. Her face was filled with joy, and she ran into Han Xiao's embrace, hugging his waist tightly. "You are finally back. I missed you so much." Aurora rubbed against Han Xiao's chest like a kitten, revealing a relieved expression. Other than Hela, she was the closest to Han Xiao. The petite body in his embrace was warm and gave off a light fragrance. Seeing Aurora so close to him, Han Xiao could not push her away. He smiled helplessly and could only let her hug him. He reached out and patted Aurora's head, smiling gently. "You have changed, cough cough, grown up." Aurora's appearance had changed a lot compared to 2 years ago. 2 years ago, she was thin and weak, her skin was pale, and she even had to race in a wheelchair. Now, her skin was white and rosy, and she was very healthy. Her blonde hair was dazzling and beautiful, and she had also grown taller. When she rushed over just now, she was full of energy and did not even need a wheelchair. Her ability gave her a strong vitality, and she was full of vitality. This scene immediately attracted the attention of the officers at the side, and they all looked over in shock. Who was this woman? She was actually so close to Blackstar. Could it be that the team leader had already gotten married in his hometown? Han Xiao let Aurora hug him for a few seconds, then helped her up and asked, "Where is your sister?" "I brought her here. She didn't want to look for you." Aurora giggled. Ta ta ta. Hela walked into the room, looked at Han Xiao, and said indifferently, "You are willing to come back?" "I came back because I couldn't bear to." Han Xiao felt a sense of resentment from her, and he was a little surprised. Hela did not say anything, took out an item, and threw it over. Pa Han Xiao caught it and looked at it. It was the key to the secret hiding place that he had left for Hela. "Your key," Hela said. "No, it's your key." Han Xiao threw it back. Hela caught it and threw it back to Han Xiao again, and lowered her eyes. "Since you are back, you don't need this key." Originally, this key was meant for Hyla to use when she was in danger. Now that she had said this, it was clear that she believed that she would not be in danger after Han Xiao returned. Although she did not say it out loud, it vaguely expressed her thoughts. "You trust me so much." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. "Then why didn't you leave with me?" "That is my freedom." Hela pursed her lips, looked at the officers, and glanced at them, pausing for a moment on Arosha, Sylvia, and Jeanette. "I thought you would be happy to see me." Han Xiao was helpless. "Who are you to me? Why should I be happy?" Hela asked back. At this time, Sylvia said unhappily, "Teacher came back to save you. How dare you speak to him like that?" As soon as she said that, everyone looked over with strange expressions. Sylvia did not understand. She shrunk her neck, and her tone lowered subconsciously. "Why are you looking at me? Did I say anything wrong?" "Shut up." Hurlus rolled his eyes. "Come back and play cards." This girl was not observant at all. What did it have to do with her when the regiment commander was talking to an acquaintance from his hometown? Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this red-haired woman was being arrogant. Why couldn't she just stay in the background? No one would treat her as a mute if she did not speak. Thud thud thud. Bennett tapped his fingers on the table, his face full of dissatisfaction. "Hela, stop messing around. We are talking about serious matters." "Humph." Hela walked over and sat down beside Han Xiao. She then casually flicked a weak dark red stream of air at Bennett's face, unhappy that he used the word messing around. The moment she sat down, she picked up the pure black mask that Han Xiao had placed on the table and played with it. This mask reminded her of the Germinal organization leader. However, thinking about that man now, Hela would not lose control of her anger. 2 years had passed since the incident, and she was much calmer. She was no longer easily agitated by the past. Cough cough, let's get back to the topic. Bennett rubbed his numb face and said with a serious tone, "Do you have a way to solve the mutation disaster?" Han Xiao tapped his fingers on the table slowly, looked at everyone's expectant eyes, and smiled. "Yes." Chapter 498. Bennett's eyes lit up, and he was overjoyed. "However, this will require a lot of time, and I still need to invite others to help. I can only take it slow." Han Xiao continued. "I have also found out what the mutation virus is and how it works. Although you guys call it a virus, its official name is the mutation source. It is a very unique biological weapon that is extremely rare. The reason why it broke out on Blue Star is because someone placed the mutation source there." The moment he said that, Bennett was shocked. The mutation disaster was actually man-made. This was simply unbelievable. What kind of organization would do such a thing on Blue Star? With such strength, it was definitely an organization in the universe. Blue Star was just a primitive planet to them, so why would they place such a rare biological weapon there? I know that you have doubts, and the reason behind it is rather complicated. It will be difficult to explain it in a short period of time. In any case, You only need to know that Blue Star suffered an unexpected calamity and became an innocent chess piece in the battle between two galactic organizations. Han Xiao paused for a moment to allow Bennett and the others to digest this information before continuing. I know that the behavior of the mutation disaster made all of you think that the mutation source operates on a mental level, but that is completely wrong. The mutation source is not a simple virus. It has a consciousness and can even be considered a special life form. It only has one ability, and that is to affect microorganisms. Microorganisms? Bennett was stunned. Han Xiao's explanation of the mutation virus had greatly exceeded his expectations. The personality and mental state of the infected had changed, and it had nothing to do with the mind. Han Xiao pondered for a moment before asking, "When you want to eat, is it you who wants to eat, or is it your body that wants to eat?" "It should be my body. If I am not hungry, why would I eat?" Bennett suddenly paused for a moment before understanding something. That is the logic. Many times, your thoughts come from the needs of your body. It is not your consciousness that wants something but the microorganisms in your body telling you what they want. The microorganisms carry out a series of activities to produce hormones, and your brain receives the signals. This is the origin of the basic desires of eating, breathing, and so on. You may think that your consciousness is controlling you, but in fact, most of the time, it is the microbes in your body that are controlling your consciousness. Many physiological conflicts were based on the needs of the microbes and bacteria in the body. The body's condition was actually a reaction of the microbes. If they were fine, your body would be fine. However, microbes had no consciousness. Your actions would also affect the microbes. You could suppress your basic desires and become unhealthy. Therefore, relationships were equal. You might seem like an individual, but you were actually a complete ecosystem. On the other hand, the mutation source controlled the microbes in one's body, which meant that it controlled one's basic desires. It would secrete hormones that were several times stronger than normal, causing the organ that one used to think to produce a strong impulse, the brain. It had nothing to do with one's soul and could not control one's thoughts. However, it could affect one's thoughts on a physical level. Through the desire to destroy, lust, appetite, grief, and other emotions, it would cause one's personality to change greatly. One would even think that these were the thoughts of one's own. Thus, when one was not affected by the illness, one would still be the same person. The reason why the virus could not be detected in an infected person's body was because it did not exist in the first place. The so-called virus was the microbes that every organism needed to survive. Han Xiao understood the mutation source. After all, he had experienced it in his previous life, and he had a deep impression of it. Based on his current perspective, one's consciousness could be independent, but the organs that operated the consciousness would be affected. Wanting to be immune to the mutation source? That was simple. One just had to transfer one's consciousness into a machine and give up on one's body and senses. One's consciousness would be separated and live in the machine's brain, and the machine would not be affected by the mutation virus. Including Hela, the members of Blue Star revealed shocked expressions. So this is the principle behind the mutation virus. Yi Yeqing muttered. Then, what about the specific parameters? For example, the method of transmission, the strength of control, and so on? Also, why is Retin's fan leaf so special that it is immune to the mutation virus? Han Xiao snapped his fingers and called the Volga brothers over. Show them the photo of that leaf. Yi Yeqing did as she was told, and the eldest brother of the Volga brothers looked at it with an expression as though he was used to it. Isn't this the tranquil grass? This is the raw material of the spirit concentrating decoction. Yi Yeqing was stunned. What do you mean? What I mean is that the Retin's fan leaf is a material used by magic, and only mags can unleash the effects of this plant. The effect of the spirit concentrating decoction is to allow the mage to enter a state of concentration and maintain a high level of calmness. All emotions will be suppressed, and the brain will be cut off from receiving all sorts of emotions. This is the reason behind the immunity. No matter how the mutation virus creates hormones, it will not be able to make your brain feel any desire. This is the principle behind your suppressant. Everyone was enlightened, and Aurora suddenly reacted. There is really magic in this world. Han Xiao had a helpless look on his face. He did not want to ridicule, but this was common knowledge in the galaxy. The ability of the people of the surface civilization to accept this information was indeed a little weak. In other words, their horizons were too narrow, and they urgently needed to learn more about the world. After pausing for a moment, he continued to explain. The mutation source does not know how to spread. It has a main body and can hide anywhere. With the main body as the center, its consciousness can cover a very large area. Within this area, it can sense life forms and control the microorganisms in their bodies. Just like the range of its Esper ability, other than land life forms, the life forms in the ocean will also be controlled. Supers have resistance and will not be easily affected. However, the range and control of the mutation source will increase rapidly as it grows. The area that the mutation source can control is actually a new ecosystem. One is all is one, and the whole is an individual. It has only been a month since the outbreak started, and the mutation source has only just entered its infancy stage. The chaos around the world is just a subconscious action of the mutation source, and it does not have a goal. When it matures, its intelligence will also gradually increase, and it will gradually have a goal. At that time, even I will not be able to do anything about it. It will truly be a calamity, so we are pressed for time. Han Xiao stopped, and his words allowed everyone to understand the severity of the situation. Bennett's face was solemn, and he said with a deep voice, "What should we do? No, what do you plan to do?" He knew that he would not be able to solve this problem with his own strength, and his only choice was to place his hopes on Black Star. I have my own plans, but before that, there is a matter of priority. I need to bring some people to the nursery where the ingredients for the suppressants are grown. I will let the mags under me take over the nurturing of the suppressants, and that will greatly increase the production. Han Xiao smiled and said, "Those millions of unconscious refugees will have to be dealt with first. Furthermore, there will be more people arriving in the future. I understand you, and you will not be able to ignore them. You understand me. I just knew that we are the same type of people." Bennett smiled, and the huge stone in his heart was finally lifted. He once again felt the tacit understanding they had in the past. On the other side, just as Han Xiao was explaining the mutation disaster, the matter of his return was discovered by the satellites of the Six Nations, and all the images were sent back. The upper echelons of the Six Nations were in an uproar. Chapter 499. Although more than half of the Six Nations' forces had been destroyed by the catastrophe, they still managed to maintain their intelligence network. Not long after, this video of the whole process was played in the meeting of the Six Nations' upper echelons. After watching it, all the upper echelons of the Six Nations did not say a word. Their faces were stiff, and the shock was frozen in their eyes. They had always thought that only God Aura would come to save them, but Han Xiao had suddenly appeared with a fleet without any warning. The upper echelons of the Six Nations were stunned. Black Phantom is back, and he even brought a space fleet with him. He had gone to space 2 years ago, and there had been no news of him since. They did not expect that not only was Han Xiao still alive, but he also had such unbelievable power. The strength of the mercenaries under his command had shocked the upper echelons of the Six Nations. In their eyes, they only thought that Black Phantom's strength was already at the peak. They did not expect that Han Xiao would bring back hundreds of strong people and more than 10 spaceships. With this strength, it was enough to wipe out the Six Nations. When Han Xiao had gone to space, they had already been shocked once. The Six Nations also wanted to go to space, but they did not have the hardware to build spaceships. God Aura did not respond to their request and could only grit their teeth in envy. They did not know what Han Xiao had done in space. The upper echelons of the Six Nations only knew one thing: Black Phantom's level was far beyond theirs. In the past, although Black Phantom had been highly valued by the Six Nations because of his contribution in destroying the Germinal organization, Black Phantom was still on the same level in their eyes. For example, they were all students in the same class. The Six Nations were good students who always scored above 90 points, and Black Phantom was a top student who always scored full marks. There were good and bad results, but they were all students in the same class. Now, Black Phantom had become a little genius who skipped grades and was recommended for a master's degree. They were not on the same level at all. A few days ago, they were still hesitating whether to attack Sanctuary 3. Now, they did not have to worry about this anymore. To be honest, the upper echelons of the Six Nations were relieved. Luckily, this guy came back in time. If they had not held back before he came back, they would have been wiped out. The upper echelons of the Six Nations did not dare to have any more thoughts. At the same time, another idea appeared in their minds. Should they ask for Black Phantom's help? Ghidorah had not arrived yet, but Black Phantom had returned with the fleet. In the eyes of the Six Nations, Han Xiao and Ghidorah were both galactic forces that were far beyond the civilization level of the Blue Star. Furthermore, he was originally from their hometown, so there was an 80% chance that he would help. Since he could not count on Ghidorah, he might as well try Black Phantom. At the same time, the players in the Sanctuary excitedly shared their videos on the forum. The Blue Star section was instantly flooded with comments, and its popularity soared. Black Star's name became a trending topic, and his presence was noticed. There were different versions of the video, and the perspectives were different. The other Blue Star players who were not present saw Han Xiao enter the stage in different poses, and they were immediately shocked and overjoyed. They understood how the players in the Sanctuary felt. The benefits brought by Han Xiao in version 1.0 were still fresh in their minds. Now that the version was new, and Han Xiao had returned from the galaxy, he would most likely bring a lot of resources from the new version, which was what they needed the most. What new benefits would Black Star have? Just thinking about it made them excited. The players who came online from other locations were excited. They immediately put down the missions in their hands and rushed to the Sanctuary. The players who were already on the road also sped up. Mad Blade and the others who were still on the road saw these posts. They could not help but want to return to Han Xiao's side immediately. Everyone had been following Black Star since version 1.0. They were clearly the ones who came first. Pork Bun's video had a wide audience. Players from other novice planets also came to watch and discuss. This appearance is quite exciting. I think he has a chance to be selected for the promotion of the new version. The Galaxy Times was right. This character has more storyline. It really appeared in version 2.0. I wonder if the others can join the Black Star mercenary faction, just like those professional players. Following the discussion, someone made a guess. In version 2.0, every novice planet will be connected to the galaxy. Could it be that Black Star is the guide for Blue Star to enter the galaxy? Many people thought about it carefully and came to a realization. What he said made sense. There were more than 10 spaceships in the sky, and they could bring many people away from the planet. This guess instantly gained the approval of many people. Many people believed that Han Xiao was the key person for the Blue Star players to enter the galaxy. In the core area of Sanctuary 3, Han Xiao got the mercenaries who knew magic to help him cultivate the materials for the suppressant. With their help, the production of the suppressant would be greatly increased. Currently, the mutation source was still very young, and the effect of the suppressant would only last for about 3 months. When the mutation source entered the next stage, it would require a few doses of the suppressant to achieve the suppressant effect. Thus, resources were still lacking. Saving the refugees could increase the progress of the mission, and Han Xiao's mission also shared the progress of the players. This was the same for everyone. However, if too many people stayed in Sanctuary 3, not only would it be crowded, it would also cause chaos if the suppressant failed. Han Xiao did not want too many refugees to stay in Sanctuary 3, but Bennett would definitely not be at ease. The way Han Xiao saw it, the Six Nations had such a large territory, and they would be able to settle many refugees. Han Xiaoshin guessed that the Six Nations would definitely know about my return. Ghidorah's people have not arrived yet, so there is a high chance that they will contact me and ask for my help. It should be within the next 2 days. Sharing the suppressant with the Six Nations would be beneficial to the overall situation. While he did not like the other 5 nations, if he could preserve the civilization of Blue Star, it would be beneficial as well. In his previous life, Yi Yeqing had only been alone. Now, he had many mercenaries under his command that could cultivate the ingredients for the suppressant. He could get them to help the Six Nations create the suppressant formula, and Sanctuary 3 would not stand out too much. Of course, this would require the Six Nations to take the initiative to look for him for help. If he were to personally help them, it would be too shameful, and the respect the Six Nations had for him would decrease. This was not in line with his plans, and he was confident that the Six Nations would try to look for him. However, Yi Yeqing's suppressant was not the only method to deal with the mutation disaster. God Aura was a magic civilization, and they also had similar suppressants. However, they were also in short supply. After all, wasting suppressants to protect billions of unrelated natives was a waste of resources. Furthermore, God Aura had to deal with more than one planet. In the storyline of his previous life, God Aura selected targets and gave out suppressants. Most of the refugees did not have the right to use them, and the players could earn money by completing tasks assigned by God Aura to buy suppressants. They could then complete some of the refugees' requests and increase the mission progress. However, with Han Xiao's influence, the production of emerald grass suppressants had increased tremendously. Furthermore, the suppressants were basically given out for free, so God Aura's suppressants were no longer as important. Although this did not seem important, it was an extremely important part of Han Xiao's plan. That was because this involved the change of the currency system. The Blue Star players used the local currency, which was not recognized in the galaxy. What Han Xiao needed now was aners, and the players' money came from the NP's missions. They had not connected to the galaxy yet, so they did not have aners. Thus, Han Xiao's target was God Aura. God Aura would give out missions to the players, and the reward would be aners. The players did not need to buy God Aura's suppressants, and they would be able to save money. Seeing that Han Xiao had so many machinery equipment and class advancement knowledge, as well as being able to increase the relationship between factions by spending money, it was clear where the players were more willing to spend their money. Thus, before God Aura arrived, Han Xiao was not prepared to sell any machinery. He would only impart skills and knowledge to earn experience. God Aura still does not know that the mutation source is part of Darkstar's scheme. As long as I reveal this, God Aura will immediately pay attention and send people over. As he watched the mags transplant the materials, he stroked his chin and thought of his own plan. Darkstar arranged the mutation source for some sort of strategic purpose. As long as God Aura does not appear, Darkstar will not appear either. If I inform them to rush over, the battle between the two factions will immediately begin. They are all indirect competitors for my recruitment of players. If I do not inform them, I will seize the opportunity and make use of this time to increase the attractiveness of my faction to the players. If both sides were to interfere, the official battle would begin. However, before that, it would be beneficial to him. He had also seen the commotion on the forums. Just as he had expected, the influence of his return was slowly fermenting among the players, and it was extremely beneficial. Han Xiao pondered for a moment and decided not to reveal his information first. He would wait for God Aura to come over before revealing it. He had grasped the truth of the mutation disaster and the original mutation source. He needed to find a good opportunity to hand it over to God Aura to maximize his profits. However, now was not the best time, and there was no need to be so anxious. My goal is to get as many players to join my mercenary group as possible. However, I cannot allow just anyone to join my mercenary group. I have to set a threshold for entry. Otherwise, it will seem like I am not picky. Furthermore, players will not cherish things that are too easy to obtain. However, I have to consider the number of people, so the threshold for entry has to be moderate. What I can confirm is that many players want to join my faction. It will be best if I can create a competitive situation. After all, the victor will be envied by others, and I will make joining my faction a privilege that only the victor can enjoy. This way, the players will value this opportunity even more. Han Xiao's eyes turned, and he had a pretty good idea. He remembered it in his heart. Version 2.0 was about to begin, and he had many things to do as well. However, before implementing these measures, There was something more important that he had to do immediately. That was to harvest a wave of experience points and allow his strength to soar once again. Han Xiao was currently at level 116, and his experience points on his interface was less than 100 million. He had not leveled up for almost a year, and there were hundreds of blueprints on his skills interface. His need for experience points was like a ravenous hunger. Chapter 500. The impact of the return was still strong, and it was sensational. All the residents of the sanctuary had come, and from the square to the surrounding streets, it was packed with people. The best viewing spots around the high platform were naturally occupied by hundreds of thousands of players, and there were 3 layers of people inside and 3 layers of people outside. Everyone wanted to hear what Black Star, who had returned from the galaxy, had to say. Ta. Han Xiao walked out of the core area with a group of mercenaries following behind him. Many pairs of eyes looked over with excitement and anticipation. Wherever they passed, the sea of people automatically parted. It was like the opening of the sea in the legends. Walking up the platform, the mercenaries stood by the side. Han Xiao looked around, and there was a sea of people. Millions of pairs of eyes were staring at him from all directions. His every move was under everyone's observation. Han Xiao's face was calm. With how thick-skinned he was, he did not know how to spell the word nervous. He slowly raised one hand, and a compressed orb rolled out from his sleeve and landed in his palm. He threw it behind him. Zap! A blue electric light flashed. Under everyone's gaze, the compressed orb quickly changed. A silver-black alloy mechanical throne unfolded below Han Xiao. He slowly sat down. The mechanical throne slowly rose into the air and floated more than 10 meters in the air. At the bottom of the throne was the blue light of the anti-gravity stabilizer, looking down at the crowd on the ground. Immediately after, 3 identical void mirror images appeared behind him. They faced different directions and took care of the crowd in all directions. In the sky above the sanctuary was a fleet in a circular formation. The square was right in the middle of the circle, and Han Xiao was the center point. His pretentiousness was instantly maxed out. What the F***ck, so cool. The standard appearance of a big shot. I feel like I'm looking at a second Dragon Emperor. This is so F***king awesome. Han Technician used the method of raising his pretentiousness. Sitting on the throne that could fly, he felt very cool. The players were all excited. He looked around, cleared his throat, and spoke in a deep voice. Through the mini loudspeaker, his voice traveled very far. I'm back. Boom! Just this sentence alone made the residents of the sanctuary cheer. As the creator of the sanctuary, Han Xiao's reputation here was off the charts. He was very popular and won the hearts of the people. The players were affected by the atmosphere, and Han Xiao's image could not help but become even more lofty. He raised his hand and signaled for everyone to be quiet. Soon, the whole place quieted down. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone was quietly waiting for him to speak. 2 years ago, I foresaw this calamity and resolutely headed into the galaxy to find a solution. I made a promise that for the sake of my home, I would return to face this calamity with everyone. Today, I have fulfilled my promise. The universe is very dangerous. I only obtained my current strength after going through many twists and turns. You don't need to know about the dangers involved. I willingly bore the pain in exchange for the ability to deal with disasters. Han Xiao's choice of words was ambiguous. He casually skimmed over his specific experience in the galaxy, showing that he did not want to talk about it in detail. This caused many of the residents of the sanctuary to imagine. However, the players were laughing in their hearts. They had already known about Black Star's experience in the galaxy through Pork Bun's video. Even if Black Star did not want to talk about it, they knew very well. Moreover, Black Star did not know about this. Many of the players looked at each other and winked at each other. They all had a tacit understanding and had a look that said, "We already knew." Han Xiao glanced at the players, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. He deliberately said this to make the players feel a sense of superiority, thinking that they knew everything about him. When they had such thoughts, they had already fallen into his trap. Not only would the players take the initiative to recall and deepen their impression of him, but it would also be a hidden help to their next actions. We are all in the midst of a calamity. No one can stay out of it. I am willing to generously share the knowledge I obtained from the galaxy to help everyone grow together and get through this together. The eyes of hundreds of thousands of players lit up. They had been thinking about this for so long. This was what they had been waiting for. I want to King open chests. I want to learn skills. After saying a few more encouraging words, Han Xiao retracted his formation and signaled the end of his speech. The residents of the sanctuary dispersed with hope in their hearts, but the players swarmed forward and surrounded Han Xiao. Long time no see, inhuman warriors. I can feel that you are stronger than 2 years ago. Han Xiao nodded with a serious face, pretending that he really did not know about the players. You are the one who has changed the most. Many of the players could not help but complain in their hearts. After saying a few simple words that sounded like something an NP would say, his acting was natural and harmonious as usual. Then, Han Xiao decisively began to sell skills. After holding it in for so long, he could finally harvest cute players again. The joy in his heart was about to overflow. After version 1.0, the players were very familiar with Han Xiao's skill teaching interface and shop interface. They were not surprised and were used to it. Now that they saw it again, they missed it very much. Selling one's own skills and knowledge was equivalent to a teacher teaching skills. He could set the price himself and obtain the players' tuition. The skills that Han Xiao sold were mainly mechanic skills, and they were skills that the players could learn on their own when they reached a certain level. Since the players' levels were still low, it gave Han Xiao the opportunity to teach them in advance. However, Han Xiao would not teach skills that were too important, such as compression technology and mass production plans. Most of the skills that he taught were basic skills that increased machinery affinity. There were also some low-level blueprints that were not that important. Blueprints were usually very popular. As for mechanic knowledge, other than the full set of basic knowledge, after all, most players had not even learned the basics, Han Xiao also picked out a few advancement knowledge that were not too important to teach. In the past, he did not teach too much advancement knowledge, but now that it was the new version, he naturally did not have such concerns. He was doing this to steal the game. Of course, letting the players learn the future skills in advance was not that bad. It could barely be considered a win-win situation. After all, the earlier they learned the skills, the earlier they would be useful. Anyway, the players all wanted to find someone to learn things from, and he had a full set of services that were cheap and convenient. How great would it be if he could monopolize the market? There were no anti-monopoly laws here to restrict him. Wow, so many mechanic skills that I have never seen before. Heavy machinery modification, advanced detection technology. There are also more advancement knowledge than before. The players looked at the dazzling list of skills, and excitement almost gushed out of their eyes. As expected of the new version, there were so many skills, many of which had never been seen before. After Black Star's trip to the galaxy, not only had his status increased, but his benefits had also increased. Because the players had reached the maximum level at the end of version 1.0, they could only level up their skills. Thus, everyone had a lot of EXP in their pockets, and Han Xiao was aiming for their accumulated EXP. With the start of the new version, the players would not be stingy with their EXP. All of them were big money tycoons, and Han Technician would not stop until he emptied their wallet. Not long after he started selling, Han Xiao's EXP on the interface skyrocketed, and notifications flooded the screen. A large number of players did not hesitate to learn the skills, and they spent their EXP lavishly, allowing him to earn a lot. Looking at the jumping EXP on the interface, Han Xiao smiled with satisfaction. He was like an old farmer who had worked hard for half a year and finally had a good harvest. He had been looking forward to this moment for a long time. The EXP gained from the players learning the skills was like a river flowing backward, quickly filling up Han Xiao's EXP bar. The EXP that was originally less than 100 million shot up like a rocket. 200 million. 300 million. this efficiency was much higher than in version 1.0. Of the hundreds of thousands of players in the sanctuary, more than 30% were mechanic players due to Han Xiao's hard work in version 1.0. The ratio was much higher than in his previous life, and the market was huge. The price that Han Xiao set for the skills and knowledge was not ridiculously high, but it was not low either. Compared to the price of a few thousand in version 1.0, he was now setting it at least in the tens of thousands. Because there was only one company for the time being, he did not need to lower the price to compete in the market. This was the benefit of having a monopoly. As long as 100 people learned a few skills, it would already be millions of EXP. The profit from 200,000 mechanic players would definitely be much higher than in version 1.0, at least in the billions. However, at Han Xiao's level, the cost of leveling up was also very high, and it would be even higher in the future. The more EXP, the better. Only Han Xiao could level up like this. When the players were at his level, they would have to do missions for a long time to accumulate enough EXP to level up once, and they would still be as happy as an old chrysanthemum. Speaking of which, it was quite embarrassing. In his previous life, Han Technician was also like this when he was still a newbie. It was only later that he slowly developed the character of a salted fish. He was once a playboy, but the moment he entered the world, time rushed by. With my current speed, the EXP I get today should be enough to reach level 120, Han Xiao thought to himself. Once he reached level 120, he would be stuck on another promotion mission. He had a mission completion card in his hands. If the mission was too troublesome, he was prepared to use it directly. After all, he had to stay in Blue Star and could not leave to do missions. To reach level 140, he would need a huge amount of EXP, and harvesting it once was probably not enough. Teaching skills and knowledge was not a one-time deal. When the players learned the same skill twice, it was equivalent to finding a teacher to level up the skill. There were long-term benefits, and Han Xiao was very patient about this. Not only did he want to gain a lot of EXP, but he also wanted to make sure that his future generations would be endless. His personal skills were targeted at the mechanic class players, but he naturally did not neglect the players of the other two classes on planet Aquamarine. Fair treatment was the way to go. They're all mechanic skills. This is so uncomfortable. Black Star was a mechanic teacher, and the happiest people were undoubtedly the mechanic players. Their faces were flushed red, and it was as if they were going to laugh out loud at any moment. The pugilists and espers could only be envious. It was their fault for not changing their class to mechanic back then. If only Black Star was their class teacher, unable to learn Black Star's skills, the players of the other two classes could only open the shop interface. However, they discovered that they could open the Black Star mercenary faction store, and they were instantly pleasantly surprised. Isn't this the faction store in Pork Bun's video? It's actually open to us too. By the way, I wonder if we can join the Black Star mercenary and become part of them. Maybe we can even appear in Pork Bun's video. TSK, these items are all grayed out. We can only look at them but not buy them. Oh, I understand. We can only look at the faction items. If we don't join, we can't buy them. Wait, look at the items above. The players carefully browsed through the faction store, and they were suddenly overjoyed. Other than all kinds of mechanical equipment, there were actually pugilist and esper class advancement knowledges in the store interface. However, the faction store could only be browsed, and it indicated that they had to join the faction to purchase them. Furthermore, the prerequisite to purchase these two class advancement knowledges was that the mercenary group had to have faction favorability, which was 1000 faction favorability. Black Star, we want to join your mercenary group. How can we join the group? The players rushed forward and asked. Due to the image that Han Xiao had always created and the video of Pork Bun, they already had a good impression of the Black Star mercenary faction. Seeing these practical benefits, they immediately became determined to join. You want to join my mercenary group? Han Xiao pretended to be very surprised, and he pretended to ponder for a while before saying, yes. Chapter 501. Elite. Selection. As soon as he said that, Many players immediately thought of the 32nd True Men Club that had left with Blackstar, and they immediately felt a little discouraged. Could it be that Blackstar wanted to test him again? But this concubine can't do it. If this concubine could pass, we would have flown into the sky together with you. As long as you can pass the test of the warriors under my command and prove your strength, the door to the Blackstar mercenary will be open to you. Han Xiao explained briefly, and then threw out the mission that he had prepared beforehand. Mission Introduction. The Blackstar mercenary is a force to be reckoned with in space. All members of the Blackstar mercenary group are experts. Only by successfully passing their test can you join the Blackstar mercenary group and become an elite mercenary. Mission requirements: pass any mercenary's battle test. Reward: EXP, Blackstar mercenary faction unlocked, Blackstar mercenary relationship +00. The players hurriedly read through it and started discussing. So it wasn't Blackstar who personally chose him. It doesn't say what the combat test will be like. Will it be a one-on-one duel like before? Han Xiao gave a signal with his eyes, and the mercenaries behind him brought out a large translucent screen that had already been prepared. He pointed at the screen and said, "If you want to participate in the selection, enter your information on the screen. Philip will give each applicant a number, and the screen will show the selection battles that will be carried out in batches. Pay attention to which battle you are participating in." The screen lit up, and a blue ring-shaped pattern appeared in the center. Particles were floating around it, and they were vibrating slightly. At the same time, the speaker of the artificial intelligence sounded. "Blackstar Artificial Intelligence Philip, hum. Happy to serve you, hum." Many of the players were surprised and followed the instructions. They entered their names, professions, and other information and received a number that represented their identity. Soon, a new interface appeared at the top of the screen, indicating that a new selection was about to begin. The participants had hundreds of numbers and had to go to the arena to participate in the test. It also showed that the mercenary in charge of the selection was hairless. After studying for a while, the players understood the selection mechanism. This was not a one-on-one selection, but a one-on-many selection. A single Blackstar mercenary was testing hundreds of players. What they had to do was to persevere for a certain period of time. Once the time limit was up, if they did not fall into a near-death state, or if they were still in the area, they would be considered to have passed the test and could join the Blackstar mercenary group, becoming the winner. There was more than one round of selections happening at the same time. The number of participants was different, and the opponent was different in every round. Which Blackstar mercenary they would meet was random, and it all depended on their luck. Most importantly, even if a player was defeated in the selection battle, they could still apply to Philip again. There were no restrictions. It was like a continuous challenge. None of the players had any doubts. They found it quite interesting, and their morale was high. They sent out applications one after another. Han Xiao decided to use this method to conduct the selection and let the hundreds of mercenaries under his command help him test the players. Anyway, these mercenaries had nothing to do. Instead of letting them play cards and waste time every day, he might as well find something for them to do. Not only would it save him energy, but it would also be more efficient. The selection was just a formality. Of course, he knew how strong the players were now. Although it was better to recruit as many players as possible, he could not just let any random player come over and say, "I want to join." That would be too simple. Which of the better factions did not have prerequisites to join? Setting up the selection was a clever way to make the players feel that joining the mercenary group had a threshold and was challenging. They could not join just because they wanted to. He thought about it yesterday and decided to make the selection into a daily activity in the eyes of the players. A mercenary would select dozens or hundreds of players at once. The specific number of players would be controlled by Philip, and it depended on the strength of the mercenary. He had to ensure that the number of players participating was within the mercenary's ability and could be easily dealt with. Philip, who recorded the mercenary's data, would not make any mistakes. There would be dozens or hundreds of players in every round, and it would be like a chaotic battle. Other than dealing with the BSS, mercenaries, they would also have to cheat each other to ensure that they could stay until the end and become one of the final victors. Therefore, there was competition. Actually, Han Xiao's initial plan was to not allow any mercenaries to participate and let the players choose by themselves, gathering groups of players to fight each other, similar to a battle royal. However, this way, the recruitment efficiency would be very low. Without a strong external factor like the mercenaries, the selection would take a very long time. After all, there were weaklings everywhere, and it would not be able to show the strength of the Black Star mercenaries. Furthermore, such a beast of a battle royal might make some players feel that it was not respected. Thus, Han Xiao chose the current method and let the mercenaries under him host the selection. Not only would it increase the efficiency, it would also act as a lubricant to reduce the chances of the players being dissatisfied, making the selection less barbaric. The players would not need to spend any resources to participate in the selection, and if they failed, they could wait for their numbers to be drawn again. This would ensure that the threshold would not be too high, and the players would have the opportunity to continuously try. At the same time, at the current stage of the mutation disaster, the players could only do one sanctuary mission. Thus, the selection challenge was rather interesting and could be used as a distraction between missions. As for the selection venue, it was naturally the sanctuary arena that he had built. The Pro League had once been held there, but it was currently empty. Han Xiao had taken it back for his own use. Bennett and Huang Yu naturally did not have any objections. 10 minutes later, tens of thousands of players swarmed into the arena. This was the first selection battle, and even the players who did not have a turn chose to come and watch. Hurlus hugged his battleship slicing blade and stood in the middle of a large arena. Hundreds of players were glaring at him from all directions, and he felt as though he was surrounded. The surrounding players were all discussing. The time limit is 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, as long as you do not fall out of the range of the arena or fall into a state of near death, you will be able to join the Black Star Mercenary. With a few hundred people, it should be quite easy to last for 2 minutes. Easy? Don't joke around. Have you not seen Pork Bun's Black Star videos? He is Hurlus, a powerful Black Star officer. With one slash of his blade, this arena will be gone. Even if you have not seen the videos, you should have experienced the battle yesterday, right? Did you not see how he swept through the beast horde? I did not see it. I died. Hurlus looked around. Han Xiao had told him to go easy on them. If he went all out, 2 minutes would be enough for him to kill all the participants. Most of these players were grade D, and only a few were grade A. This amount of numbers was not enough to make up for the difference. Looking at the sea of supers, Hurlus' heart was burning. Black Star had not lied to him. There were really hundreds of thousands of supers here. Planet Sunil was suffering from the catastrophe, and Han Xiao had promised that he would bring a crowd even scarier than the catastrophe to solve Planet Sunil's predicament. Hurlus had always believed in Han Xiao's promise, and now that the promise had come true, he could not suppress his excitement. Counting the time, Hurlus gripped his battleship slicing blade and nodded. The selection begins, hum. Philip's voice echoed. Boom. The next moment, most of the players rushed toward Hurlus, focusing all kinds of attacks on him. The number of players gave them confidence. They did not care what happened and lasted for 2 minutes. They only felt that they could deal with Hurlus like fighting a BSS, so they all attacked. Only a small portion of the players did not advance but instead retreated, hiding behind the others. Attacks came from all directions, but Hurlus did not change his expression. He casually used Whirlwind Slash, and the circular blade wave spread out in all directions, covering half of the ring, directly wiping out all the long-range attacks. The pugilists who were close to him could not withstand the aftershock and were directly sent flying, landing at the edge of the ring. Their health dropped by around 40% instantly. What the F***ck, this AE damage is too scary. So close, I almost got knocked off the ring. The players who were charging at him suffered a huge loss, and their expressions changed drastically. A small portion of the players who were dodging were outside the range of the slash, so they were very lucky to have escaped. Luckily, we are not so stubborn and know what we are doing. To the current players, Hurlus' strength was completely overwhelming. Han Xiao had already guessed that the players would face the selection battle with the mentality of fighting a BSS from the start. The reason he let Hurlus host the first battle was to establish the image of him as unbeatable in the players' hearts. Furthermore, in the next few battles, the ones who fought were all high-level members as well. In the end, there was no suspense at all. Even though Hurlus went easy on them, this group of players was still completely defeated by him. The players had no choice but to change their mindset and move around crazily, trying to survive in the chaos. It was very exciting. When the 2 minutes were up, there were less than 10 people left standing. Hurlus put away his sword, and the surviving players looked as if they had just woken up from a dream. Ecstasy appeared on their faces as they regained their senses. We won. The hundreds of defeated players were envious and furious. These idiots actually won the grand prize. There was no justice in this world. Out of the hundreds of participants, less than 10 had succeeded. The percentage was very low, but this was deliberately done by Han Xiao. He lowered the passing rate at the start to make it seem like there were very few successful people. Later on, he slowly got the mercenaries to go easy on them to increase the passing rate. Congratulations on passing the test. Black Star welcomes all of you. When you go to the galaxy and register with the Mercenary Alliance, you will be official mercenaries. Hurlus reached out and shook hands with the survivors one by one. This was Han Xiao's request, to show the difference in treatment. The few of them were overjoyed. They realized that the faction interface had indeed been activated, and they could browse the faction store without needing to look for Black Star. The items in the store were no longer grayed out. Although they could not buy anything without ANAs, the colorful interface was at least much better than being grayed out. Only these few people's mission had been completed, and they had received 00 faction contribution points. They had seen Pork Bun's video and knew that the 00 faction contribution points could be purchased with 50 ANAs. They all felt that they had earned 50 ANAs. The few of them were overjoyed. The surrounding players were very envious. They sharply caught a piece of information. They heard Hurlus say go to the galaxy. In other words, as long as we pass the test, we can leave with Black Star after the Blue Star storyline ends. My guess was right. Black Star is the guide who will bring us to the galaxy in version 2.0. The eyes of the players sparkled, and they could not wait to participate in the selection. The following selections were carried out step by step, and Han Xiao did not keep an eye on them. Because there were many players, in the schedule that Han Xiao had set, there would be many selections every day. There would be a selection battle every 20 minutes. There were a few arenas in the arena, and every time, there would be a few selections at the same time. There would be 1,000 to 2,000 selections every hour, which meant 40,000 to 50,000 people a day. The passing rate was temporarily controlled at about 5%. There were hundreds of thousands of players in the sanctuary, and every player had a chance. This event could be carried out for a long time. After all, the selection battles were interesting, and most of the players believed that they would be lucky. Han Technician always felt that this illusion was very convenient for his plan, making the players jump into his trap. After a few more days, the players will get used to the existence of the selection battles. When they are on the right track, the passing rate will slowly increase. I won't have to worry about it. Regarding the faction plan, Han Xiao had prepared many methods, but it was not the time to use them. The selection was just the beginning. Furthermore, the difficulty of the selection battles created a need for the players to increase their strength in the short term, which would also increase their sales. He did not know how many birds he had killed with this stone. From dawn to dusk, the square was bustling with people. After a whole day of bustling, Han Xiao was ready to call it a day. In one day, his EXP gain had exceeded the 1 billion mark. A total of 1.29 billion EXP. I haven't felt so good in a long time. Han Xiao let out a sigh of satisfaction. The last time he gained so much EXP was when he left Blue Star 2 years ago. It felt like rain after a long drought. This EXP is enough to reach level 20. There's still some left. He opened the interface and was about to add EXP to level up when suddenly, there was a rumbling sound in the sky. Looking up, he saw a new spaceship slowly descending. This was the spaceship that he had sent to pick up Mad Blade and the others. It had finally arrived. Whoosh! The hatch opened, and 50 players including Mad Blade, Pork Bun, Hao Tian, and the others jumped out with jetpacks and landed in the square. Most of the players in the square recognized this group of professional players. They looked over with surprise. "Yo, you guys are back too." Many people greeted them warmly. This group of professional players had performed well in the Pro League and were quite popular. They had not seen these professional players in a long time. Chapter 502. Mad Blade and the others responded to the enthusiasm of the players, squeezing through the crowd and arriving in front of Han Xiao. These people were the first to follow him to the galaxy, and most of them were god-level players in his previous life. Han Xiao had always treated them differently, so he did not bother with formalities and directly said, "You guys are late." Everyone was stunned. Black Star's familiar tone clearly showed that he treated them as his own people, and a special feeling arose in their hearts. When they were on the spaceship, they had learned that other players could also join the Black Star mercenary, and that they were no longer the only players to enjoy the benefits of Black Star's faction. They had all felt helpless about it, but now, they felt that there was still a difference in treatment for old people like them. Returning to Black Star's side, they could not help but feel a lot more at ease. Actually, expanding the scale is not a bad thing. Black Star Mercenary is a growth faction. With more people, the benefits of the faction will grow faster, Hao Tian said. The other players all agreed. Indeed, with more players, the faction could also grow faster, and it was beneficial for the professional players in the China division. However, they all understood the logic, but not being able to monopolize Black Star was very uncomfortable. In version 1.0, Han Xiao had already instilled a concept in the players through Pork Bun's video, which was that his faction would continue to grow as more and more missions were completed. This made the players feel that they could contribute to the development of the faction and receive higher benefits. Now, this concept was not deeply ingrained in the hearts of the players. When they entered the galaxy, the players would personally experience this point. By then, not only would they work hard to complete missions, but they would also take the initiative to invite other players to join Black Star. Furthermore, while the players were working hard for the development of the faction, the sense of belonging would subtly take root in the hearts of some of them. This was one of Han Technician's plans. This group of players did not delay and went to Han Xiao to learn skills like the other players. They looked forward to joining Han Xiao because they realized their advantage. They were the only ones with Anas. The pro players had gone to the galaxy early, and Han Xiao made them rich together. The planet Aquamarine players could only look at the items in the faction store and drool. They were the rich ones who had the ability to spend. The shop has updated a lot of equipment and advanced knowledge. There's a new Sunil set. The simplified general class armor has much higher stats than the NCO class armor. Too bad there's a level restriction. Electromagnetic rechargeable shield? That's not a bad thing. I don't remember this item being available before the update. The faction store had a lot of new products, and they were almost dazzled by the selection. After discussing for a while, they all bought what they wanted, mainly advanced knowledge. In any case, buying knowledge was definitely not a loss. They had seen the market price in the interstellar space, and it was simply a scam. The benefits of the Black Star faction were still the best. A set of advanced knowledge only cost around 10,000 renminbi, which was more than half the price. The prerequisite to purchase it was 1,500 faction contribution points. These players all had a few hundred faction contribution points. Below 1,000 faction contribution points, 50 Anas could be exchanged for 100 faction contribution points. Above 1,000 faction contribution points and below 5,000 faction contribution points required 500 Anas to be exchanged for 100 faction contribution points. Even so, buying an advanced knowledge for 10,000 faction contribution points was much more cost-effective than buying it in the interstellar market. Before the update, these players had followed Han Xiao to do 60 to 70 missions. After deducting the cost of repairing and upgrading their equipment, they now had around 20,000 to 30,000 renminbi in savings. They were rich, and they immediately contributed the first sum of money to Han Xiao in version 2.0. In less than 5 minutes, They had more than 600,000 aners in their hands. Han Xiao was elated. Paying for knowledge was an old gangster. His future was bright. He could only harvest when the players were rich. These players were the first batch of experimental fields. Han Xiao had already verified that his idea was feasible, so this harvest was within his expectations. Bringing Frenzied Sword and the others back was not only for them to spend money and replenish his depleted wallet, but also for them to set an example for others. Since the other players were poor, he would let them see the rich up close and feel the difference. Maliciously inducing class conflict, this was a very dirty move. Han Xiao looked around, and many players had looks of yearning and envy on their faces. Originally, none of them had any money, and they were all poor peasants. Now that they saw Frenzied Sword and the others buying things that they could not afford like nouveau riche, their desires were instantly stimulated. Although the players' needs were already stimulated, Han Xiao did not mind adding more fuel to the fire. Adding fuel to fire was his forte. After settling the needs of Mad Blade and the others, it was already late. The sun had set, and night had fallen. Han Xiao did not stay any longer. He casually gave Mad Blade and the others a faction mission to help the sanctuary, then turned and left the square. He had other things to do and would not stay there from morning to night. Let's level up first. I was delayed for a while and almost forgot about this. Opening the interface, Han Xiao threw in the 1.2 billion experience he had just accumulated without hesitation. Finally, the long-awaited level-up notification appeared. Leveled up to LV20, max, plus 00 energy, plus 00 DEX, plus 5 END, plus 5 INT. You have received 6 free attribute points. You have received 1 potential point. Your total level has reached level 120. You have triggered the next stage of the promotion mission. Level 120 promotion mission. Reach the required level of energy here, it's this promotion mission. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. It was not common, but it was not difficult. After all, there was no need to fight. The main thing was that it took more time and required the character's energy to reach a certain standard, and this standard was definitely higher than the current level. After reaching level 120, Han Xiao's energy had reached 860, which meant that his energy had given him 9 levels of attribute bonuses. The concept of energy level, to put it in simpler terms, was roughly equivalent to the Neigong realm. Every time one's energy attribute reached a certain standard, they would receive a new level of attribute bonus. When one's energy attribute fell below a certain level of attribute bonus, they would temporarily lose that level of attribute bonus, and their overall attributes would be temporarily lowered. It was equivalent to being in a bad state during a battle. When one's energy attribute was full, their attributes would be at their peak. The standard energy level was 9,000 energy attribute. Han Xiao was still a few hundred points short. This gap was not difficult to make up. As long as he found 1 or 2 energy training techniques and trained them to the max, he would naturally be able to complete the mission. In his previous life, increasing one's energy attribute was one of the ways to continue increasing one's strength after reaching the max level. Many players would go around looking for NPCs to learn energy training techniques in an attempt to reach a new level of energy bonus and increase their attributes by a large margin. This promotion mission isn't difficult. Bennett, Hurlus, and Harmon should all have different energy training techniques. With my current favorability, as long as I mention it, they probably won't refuse to share it, Han Xiao nodded. Since the promotion mission was not difficult, he planned to save the mission completion card for future use. Other than the promotion mission, there was also the class advancement mission for the mechanic class. Class advancement requirements: learn any one of the 3 mechanic high-end knowledges and raise it to the max level. Remarks: the knowledges you choose will determine the outcome of the class advancement. This mission was within Han Xiao's expectations. The class advancement requirements for the next stage were fixed, and every mechanic player would meet this requirement. During the first stage of the class advancement, the mechanic class would face the choice of Cannon Master, Mechanical Pugilist, or Mechanic. At this stage, the mechanic class would face a new choice. They would have to choose one of the 3 branches: armament, energy, and control. It was the large machinery path, the miniature path, or the virtual technology path, good for internal battles. It did not mean that one could only use one path in the future. After the class advancement, one could still learn the knowledge of all the branches. It was just that the focus of the skills would be different. It was just like how the cannon, mechanical pugilist, and mechanic branches all learned the same knowledge, but the skills obtained were different. Furthermore, the biggest impact was that the cost of potential points would change. For example, if one chose the armament branch, the cost of learning the last two high-end knowledges in the energy and control branches would become 3 times the normal cost. As for which branch to choose, Han Xiao did not hesitate at all. What he wanted was the virtual technology branch. There were a few reasons for this. First, he would definitely meet high-level mechanics in the future. Virtual technology could guarantee absolute control of his machinery, and his machinery would not be taken away by the enemy network. In his previous life, he had suffered many losses. Although the armament and energy branches seemed very powerful, the insignificant virtual technology branch was the most important. No matter how strong your machinery was, as long as it was hacked by the enemy, it would be as good as scrap metal. Furthermore, it would be attacked by the enemy. The second reason was that Han Xiao was not afraid of the high cost of potential points. It was almost impossible for normal players to learn all the class knowledges, and the astronomical cost would make people despair. However, it was not impossible for Han Xiao. He had the huge EXP channel that was the players, and the speed at which he gained EXP was countless times faster than the players. As long as he kept maxing out his skills, he could slowly accumulate potential points. Therefore, the negative impact was not too big for him. I still have about 200 million EXP left. Let's not rush the class advancement. I'll finish the class advancement mission first and accumulate enough EXP to level up. Han Xiao looked at his level 120 attributes and casually threw all his free attribute points into intelligence, breaking through the 900 mark. He then closed the interface and returned to his residence. The core area of the sanctuary was divided into a separate area for him and the mercenaries to live in. After turning the last corner, Han Xiao suddenly stopped and saw Bennett waiting for him at the door. "Black Star, the 6 Nations want to talk to you," Bennett said in a deep voice and went straight to the point. "They really can't sit still anymore." Han Xiao's eyes flashed. After waiting for an entire day, the 6 Nations had finally made a decision. Now, it was his turn to extort them. The 6 Nations had once sided with Godora, and now, he had seized the opportunity and intercepted them before Godora arrived. His position was no longer the same as before. Whether or not he could turn this novice planet, Blue Star, into a long-term base depended on the outcome of this negotiation. Chapter 503. When the two of them arrived at the secret meeting room, the leaders of the 6 Nations had already been waiting for quite some time. The giant screen in the meeting room showed the images of the leaders of the 6 Nations. This was a remote video conference. As soon as Han Xiao walked in, the leaders of the 6 Nations sized him up silently. Han Xiao turned around and gave Bennett a look, and Bennett retreated to the side, indicating that he would not participate in the meeting. Han Xiao stood alone in front of the screen. Leaders of Stardragon, Hessler, Raylan, Theseus, Maple, and Ordina, this should be our first meeting. Good evening, gentlemen. Han Xiao's tone was calm. Hello, Black Phantom. To be exact, you call yourself Black Star now. We have been paying attention to you since a long time ago, and we are very happy to have this conversation. The Stardragon leader replied with a kind smile. Because Han Xiao had once served in the Stardragon Intelligence Agency, they had a good relationship. Thus, the Stardragon leader was the representative to host this meeting. Han Xiao raised his brows. I know why you are here. Just say it. Bennett understands our intentions, but we would like to talk to you personally. Bennett said that you left and came back to protect the people of this planet from being destroyed by the mutation disaster. You are a noble person, and we admire you. As you can see, our people are in danger, and we hope to receive your help through this meeting. The Star Dragon leader did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Then, what do you want? We hope that you can help us restore order and save the people in danger. How do you want to implement this? Han Xiao asked patiently. After our discussion, we hope that the sanctuary can share the formula and raw materials of the suppressant and send people to guide the manufacturing process. At the same time, we hope to obtain a large batch of finished suppressants to solve the emergency situation in our country. First, we want to restore the government and military operations. Then, we will try our best to isolate and save the people. As long as we recover our strength, we will be able to stop the situation from worsening and control it. During this process, we hope to borrow your warriors and fleet. We will let you know the details of the plan. Sounds good. In order to discuss the plan, you delayed for a day before contacting me, right? Han Xiao did not express his opinion and said lightly, "Then what do I have in return?" The leaders of the 6 nations were stunned. Didn't you come back to stop the disaster and help the refugees free of charge? Why did you suddenly mention returns? What's wrong? You seem a little surprised. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Isn't this a deal? If there is no reward, then don't waste my time. No one can stay out of this. It's everyone's responsibility to resist the disaster. How is this a deal? Didn't you come back to save the people on this planet? Ordina interrupted. Indeed, but that's not what we're talking about now. Han Xiao stood with his arms crossed. What you're asking for now is for me to help you restore your rule over your country. I help you restore order, and you give me something in return. It's a fair deal. Otherwise, why should I help you? Helping us can save more refugees. Isn't that a reason? Hessler's leader asked. Everyone will die eventually, and saving everyone is an extravagant hope. I believe you've all read my file and know that I'm not an idealist. My goal is to stop the disaster and prevent this planet from being destroyed. I can accept the loss of more people, so don't use this reason to threaten me. I'm not Bennett, and I'm not that kind. This is not something you can ask of me. Han Xiao said slowly, the survival of your regime makes no difference to me. I can guard the sanctuary and wait for the refugees to come to me for help. They won't be stupid enough to stay in your country and wait for your regime to be destroyed. When your regime is destroyed, I can support the sanctuary to become the new regime of this planet and become the only ruler. Bennett opened his mouth but did not say anything. He did not have the ambition to rule and did not agree with Han Xiao's point of view at all. However, after hesitating for a while, he still chose to stand aside and trust Han Xiao, allowing him to continue. I don't deny that you want to save your people, but your biggest motive is to use the inhibitor and my power to stabilize your regime that is about to collapse. There's no way to deny that. Han Xiao shook his head and said coldly, so, know your place. Since you're asking for help, you should act like you're asking for help. I'm the one who has the right to ask for help, not you. The leaders of the 6 nations were shocked and angry. They did not expect Han Xiao to be so rude. No, I think you've misunderstood. You're not as important as you think you are. Theseus, who had always been tough, spoke with a deep voice. We've already applied for help from Godora, and they will arrive very soon. We're only asking for your help because we want to save as many people as possible. Since you're so rude, we can't do anything about it. We only hope that you can remember that you rejected us and caused some people who could have survived to die. They were all killed because of you. Black Star was not their only hope. The 6 nations were only trying to contact Han Xiao. Deep in their hearts, they still trusted the Godora civilization more. We're all smart people. Don't make a fool of yourself with this kind of moral logic. As for what you said about being rude, Han Xiao shook his head and smiled. Godora should have been very polite to you, but other than encouraging individuals to awaken supers, did they give you any other help? Not only did they not help, but they also shook the order of your society. It was because of Godora's appearance that the 100 Nations War happened decades ago, and countless people died. Furthermore, the rescue team from Godora still hasn't arrived, has it? The leaders of the 6 nations were silent. Han Xiao raised his brows and suddenly changed the topic. He shrugged and said with a mocking tone, "A few years ago, I helped you win the Germinal Organization War. At that time, I did not have the chance to talk to you supreme leaders, but now, you're the ones who came to me. Why is it that in just 2 short years, our positions have reversed? Why is the difference so huge?" The faces of the leaders of the 6 nations darkened, and they felt as if their hearts had been stabbed. Negotiation was negotiation, and it was fine if they did not get along, but to suddenly poke at their sore spot was too rude. Bad guy. You can only hug the thighs of the God-Aura civilization tightly. They're like your ancestors. Even if you don't understand them, you have to treat them nicely and be humble. As for me, not only do I know the ins and outs of the God-Aura civilization, I've also worked with them a few times and maintain a good relationship. I can even talk to their upper echelons directly. Can you do that? The faces of the leaders of the 6 nations were as black as the bottom of a pot. This was the truth, and it had always been a pain in their hearts. How could they be willing to not have the right to speak? However, the difference in the strength of their civilizations made them have no choice but to lower their heads. They did not know about Black Star's deeds in the galaxy, but if what Han Xiao said was true, then the strength of Black Star seemed to be much more powerful than they had imagined. Han Xiao knocked on the table and said, "Let's say that God-Aura helped you solve the mutation disaster and left in a spaceship, leaving behind a devastated land. You would still be a low-level native civilization of Blue Star, and nothing would have changed. How could you expect God-Aura to bring you into the galaxy? Even if you use your butt to think, you would know that it's impossible." The expressions of the leaders of the 6 nations changed, and they all knew that what Han Xiao said was the truth. God-Aura would help them, but it would definitely not help them develop. They were very clear about this logic. Although God-Aura had given them the galactic communicator, it had turned off 99% of its functions, and they could only contact God-Aura in one direction to prevent them from understanding the galaxy. Even if the mutation disaster was solved, they would have to clean up the mess themselves. Not only would they not improve, but their fragile civilization might even regress. Han Xiao did not stop and continued. If you want to talk to each other as equals, you have to at least jump out of the native level and step into the galaxy. However, your technological standard is at least a few hundred years away from becoming a member of the galaxy. Do you want to place your hopes on the illusory technological explosion that will only happen at some unknown time? Are you willing? What do you mean? The Star Dragon leader asked with a deep voice. Do you still not understand? I'm the only one you can count on. Han Xiao slammed the table and roared, I'm your only choice. Only I, the only blue star in the universe, am willing to help you develop. The leaders of the 6 nations widened their eyes in disbelief. Why you mean, accept reality. What I'm talking to you about is not just disaster relief but the future. Han Xiao placed his hands behind his back and exuded a domineering aura from head to toe. In his previous life, although the players had worked together to complete the mutation disaster main storyline mission, it had dragged on for too long. By the time God-Aura solved the mutation disaster, the 6 nations had already collapsed, and their civilization was only left with dim embers. The people who had lost their homes were struggling on the ground. Because they had discovered the unique potential of the players during the process of fighting the disaster, God-Aura had set up a base in the almost ruined Blue Star to receive an endless stream of Inhumans, new players. Han Xiao was inclined to protect the 6 nations. No matter what, with a mature regime in charge, it would be easier to organize any operations. Blue Star was a novice planet, and if they could set up a base there, they would be able to continuously recruit players. These words caused a huge commotion in the hearts of the leaders of the 6 nations. All of them fell silent and quickly considered the pros and cons. Han Xiao's words moved them. While God-Aura was powerful, they were still aliens. They were not of the same race, and their hearts would definitely be different. Black Star, who was born in Blue Star, was truly one of their own. No matter how much they did not want to admit it, their rationality told them that this might be the only chance to change the fate of their civilization. What do you want? The leader of Raylan asked with difficulty. I've already said it very clearly. You know what I want. Even if you don't give it to me, I can take it myself. You're too ambitious. Believe me, the universe is vast, and it's worth this little sacrifice. You will never regret buying this ticket. You will only regret missing this opportunity. Z. The screen suddenly turned black, and the video went offline. Bennett was still immersed in the shock and could not help but ask, they rejected it? No. Han Xiao's lips curled up. They're discussing it. Bennett stared at Han Xiao with a complicated expression. You've changed. I've never changed. Han Xiao shrugged and said casually, it's just that no one can understand every side of a person. Bennett did not say anything else. His heart was in a mess. Black Star wanted to become the ruler of this planet. Could it be that his motive for returning was not only to save people but also to rule this planet? He did not know if Han Xiao was doing the right thing. History had proven countless times what would happen when power was concentrated in one person. He had seen too many tragic endings of ambitious people. Inflated desire was always the source of tragedy. One had to know that when you stared into the abyss would also ask you what you were looking at. Time was stretched out like a spider's web. After waiting in silence for 10 minutes, the screen finally lit up again. The leaders of the 6 nations appeared and stared at Han Xiao with complicated expressions. As long as you keep your promise, we're willing to fulfill all your requests. We'll also use all our forces to listen to your orders. Your conditions, we accept. The 6 nations did not have much choice. As long as one government chose to accept, the others would fall behind. Star Dragon was the first to compromise. After some discussion, the other 5 nations agreed one after another. Black Star was already at the level of the universe, so it was not shameful to compromise with him. One side was unreachable and treated them like dogs. The other side was their own kind and promised to help them. Since they had to rely on the latter, they might as well rely on the latter's thigh. They did not ask what Han Xiao could give them because they knew very well that they did not have the qualifications to ask. This was not a fair deal, and they had no bargaining chips. Just as Black Star said, even if they did not give, he could take it himself. This was a one-sided charity. Han Xiao was secretly relieved and very happy. He maintained a calm expression and said with a smile, my people will take a spaceship to your country as soon as possible and help you restore order in your country. The leaders of the 6 nations nodded. Since we've reached a consensus, tell me a small piece of information first. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. Where is Belle of Death Island? Chapter 504. Without any skills, they did not have the qualifications to be locked up in the Belle of Death Island. The majority of the prisoners had committed countless crimes, and the reason why the 6 nations kept them alive and locked them up in an unknown place was because they had taken a fancy to their talents and hoped to squeeze all their value out of them. It could also be understood that the Belle of Death Island was a place where the 6 nations stored their talents. A portion of the prisoners had reached an agreement with the 6 nations, using their talents to exchange for better treatment. However, the majority of the prisoners scoffed at this and mocked the representatives of the 6 nations time and time again. They were arrogant and cruel like poisonous beasts. The prison guards were instead afraid of them, and many of the prisoners were forbidden from coming into close contact with them. Just yesterday, the 6 nations had lost contact with the Belle of Death Island. With the calamity sweeping across the entire world, the 6 nations could not even protect themselves and could not care about the Belle of Death Island. What the 6 nations did not know was that the Belle of Death Island was also affected by the mutation disaster. The prison guards had fallen ill on a large scale, and their duties had all been thrown to the back of their minds. Some of the prison guards had even opened the metal doors of a portion of the prisoners, and it was as though they had released a ferocious tiger from its collar. Poochie. Fresh blood spurted out from the human bodies and dyed the grey metal corridor red. The incandescent lamp in the middle of the ceiling was dyed red, and the light in the corridor was dyed red. A 2-meter-tall muscular Sharnak threw away the corpse of the prison guard that had been torn into 2 pieces, and the 2 pieces fell to the ground with a loud thud. The muscular man's upper body was naked, and his muscles were fully exposed. His body was covered with old scars and the natural patterns of the Sharnak people. He was bald, and to be precise, all the male prisoners had been shaved bald. The muscular man flung the blood off his hands and turned around to take a look. There were more than 10 prison guard corpses on the ground, and the prison guard that had been torn apart by him was among them. Hundreds of yellow bullet shells were scattered in the pool of blood, and there were also many guns that had been crushed by him. The stench of blood lingered in the air. The prisoners were all locked up individually, and the cells were separated by a few hundred meters. There were large metal doors on both sides of the corridor, and every cell was a sealed space. Looking around, there were no windows in this corridor. The muscular man punched the wall a few times, leaving a shallow dent. The feedback of his strength showed that behind the wall was a very thick metal and concrete. There were only 2 choices in front of him, to move forward or to retreat. Ever since he was locked up, the brawny man had never left his cell. Naturally, he did not know the layout of the prison map. He was too lazy to change into the prison uniform that was too small. He glanced at the monitor in the corner. Suddenly opening my cell door, and until now, no one has come to stop me. The air is filled with a dangerous smell. What happened to this prison? The brawny man muttered to himself. Being locked up on Bell of Death Island, all the prisoners were cut off from the outside world. Naturally, they did not know about the mutation disaster. Without hesitation, the burly man decided to move forward. After walking for a few hundred meters, a metal gate blocked his path. He touched the thickness of the metal gate and took a deep breath. He took a stance and pulled his right fist to his side like a bow. His muscles suddenly bulged, and his fist, which was the size of a casserole pot, smashed heavily on the door. Dong, dong, dong. After more than 20 consecutive punches, the crater outlined an oval outline. The brawny man lowered his shoulder and rammed into the metal. The metal was immediately torn apart and sent flying by him, opening up a passage. After walking for a while, he finally saw the cells of this corridor. In front of the door were the corpses of several prison guards. The door was wide open, and the prisoners inside were nowhere to be seen. The prisoners of Bell of Death Island did not have the opportunity to know other prisoners, and the brawny man was no exception. He did not know who his neighbor was. He did not think too much about it and continued forward. Very soon, he saw another metal gate. However, this gate had a huge hole, and it was clearly left behind by his equally lucky neighbor. The brawny man did not stop and walked past a few cells. Some of them did not have the corpses of the prison guards, but all the cells were opened. Clearly, they had all been saved by his neighbor. The many metal gates that blocked his path were also opened, and he was able to pass through without any obstruction. He gradually changed from walking to jogging, wanting to catch up to the person in front. After running for a while, he passed through a metal gate. Behind him was no longer the endless corridor of cells but a spacious circular hall. In the center was a grayish-black metal pillar that connected the ceiling to the floor. This was the elevator shaft, and it was divided into 4 elevators. In front of the elevator shaft was a group of prisoners. When they heard the footsteps of the brawny man, they all turned around. Another lucky one, and he escaped alone. A tall and skinny middle-aged prisoner walked out of the crowd and sized the brawny man up. "If you have saved other prisoners along the way, then you must be my neighbor on the other side. Let me introduce myself. I am Shajak, a senior executive of the Germinal organization. I was imprisoned 11 years ago. A member of the Germinal organization? No wonder you were captured." The brawny man nodded and said with a deep voice, "I am Tyne. I have been imprisoned for 4 years. What happened in the prison? Why did someone release us, and why did no one stop us? I don't know either, but since no one stopped us, this is a good opportunity to escape." Shajak pointed at the prisoners behind him and said, "They all have their own abilities. Some of them even know the terrain of Bell of Death Island. He can bring us out of here." A skinny man walked out, pointed at his head, and said, "I once hacked into the top-secret database of the 6 Nations and saw the structure of Bell of Death Island. Although it was only for a few seconds, I have already memorized 60 to 70% of the information. It is just right for me to use it now. Humph, this is why I was captured. In short, Bell of Death Island is not a small island in the sea. The name is misleading, and its real location is under a mountain range. The Six Nations borrowed a natural cave to build this underground prison. There are a total of 13 floors, and each floor is a circular corridor with many cells. The exterior of the prison is surrounded by a large amount of steel and concrete, and not even a missile can blast it open. Someone like you. Bang! A thick beam of light flashed. The next moment, everything above the burned face's neck disappeared. The cut was charred, and the headless corpse shook for a moment before falling straight to the ground. Han Xiao curled his finger, and the floating cannon halo array circled around him slowly like an obedient pet. He was not in the mood to reason with these vicious prisoners. He was expressionless. Chapter 505. What? This is impossible. The sound of the headless corpse falling to the ground seemed to have smashed their hearts, and the expressions of all the prisoners change. This disfigured and burned person was a ferocious person with a fierce reputation. He had killed countless people, and his powerful strength made the other prisoners not dare to be negligent. Is this a Blue Star's ship? A spaceship? Although they knew that Han Xiao was very strong, due to the lack of information and preconceived notions, Han Xiao was still a member of Blue Star in their eyes, and they had never thought of him as an alien. The appearance of this huge spaceship had shattered their worldview and exceeded their imagination. They originally did not believe that the Six Nations had submitted to Han Xiao, but after seeing this scene, they could not help but be shaken. The prisoners completely gave up on the idea of escaping and obediently lined up to board the spaceship with bitter faces. The ferocious thugs became docile sheep in front of Han Xiao. The last prisoner passed by Han Xiao and suddenly stopped in front of the gangway. He turned to look at Han Xiao and hesitated. Do you still remember me? Han Xiao paused and carefully sized up this prisoner. Suddenly, he was stunned. You are Honest. That's me. Honest smiled bitterly. Why are you here? Bennett and I thought that you went missing. Han Xiao had a surprised expression. There was a hidden mission in his interface that Honest had issued. It was called Uncover the Secrets Behind Blue Star's History. Before Han Xiao left Blue Star, the mission had already reached the third round. However, because Honest had suddenly disappeared, there were no further notifications. However, the mission had not failed, so he felt that Honest should still be alive. Honest being locked up in Bell of Death Island was out of Han Xiao's expectations. It's a long story. Honest shook his head helplessly. I discovered a shocking secret, and this secret brought us danger. Everyone else died, and only I survived. Han Xiao frowned and guessed. You were locked up in Bell of Death Island, so this was done by the Six Nations? You discovered the secret that they wanted to hide? No. Honest shook his head. Honest shook his head. Although the Six Nations captured me, they saved my life when I was on the brink of death. Then why were you captured? Honest smiled bitterly. Maybe it's because there was a dead Godora person lying beside me at that time. What? Han Xiao was shocked. How did you meet a Godora person? Sigh, let's talk on the spaceship. You even have a spaceship now. Maybe you are the only one who can use the clues I found. Honest clenched his fists. He could not suppress the anger in his voice. Chapter 506. The Bell of Death Island was located on another continent, and it would take an hour to return to the sanctuary. The spaceship maintained a low speed within the planet's atmosphere, but it was still much faster than a plane. Han Xiao placed the little bastards on the Bell of Death Island in the guest room and did not bother about them anymore. He went to find Honest and continued the topic. Honest described what had happened to him after he went missing. After the Germinal Organization war ended, he had led the team of archaeologists to embark on a journey to find new secrets. As Han Xiao had made the players complete quite a number of mission requirements, Honest and the others had obtained new information. They had found new suspicious points in the vast number of files, and the clues actually pointed to the 100 Countries War on planet Aquamarine. In the past, the Blue Star had more than 100 countries. Although there were some conflicts, It was generally peaceful and filled with curiosity about the universe. As Ghidorah appeared and brought knowledge of the universe, they learned that too many countries were slowing down the development of civilization. The waste of resources was extremely high, and they would be trapped on the planet until they died. Due to the different positions of the countries, no one was willing to give up their sovereignty. Even if they knew that there would be a tragedy in the future, due to various reasons, before the crisis really hit them, most people would choose to be short-sighted. The conflicts became more and more intense, and in the end, military force seemed to be the only path. Therefore, because of this internal friction theory, a world war broke out a few decades ago. Many countries were destroyed in the war, and only 6 countries were left. They underwent a huge reshuffle and completed the integration of resources. However, the negative effects of the war had not been eliminated until today. Honis did not think that a theory could cause more than 100 countries to go to war. He believed that there was definitely a mastermind behind the war. After some searching, they finally made new progress and brought about their destruction. The leader should be Ngojin. It's easier to talk to people I know. He shook his head and did not really care about the truth. After all, the conflict between civilizations had nothing to do with right or wrong. It was just a battle of positions. Even if Ghidorah really did it, the Blue Star now had to rely on them to provide disaster relief. With so many lives at stake, it was impossible to be stubborn. Compared to the past, he was more concerned about food and vegetables. Just like when eating, people always had to ignore the source of their food. For example, when growing vegetables, they had to use feces, and when feeding pigs, they had to use swill. When drinking milk, not many people would care about what the first person who knew that milk could be drunk was doing. Also, when marrying a wife, unless one's luck was exceptionally good, one had to selectively ignore the fact that one had a brother-in-law. If a friend had passed away, at the cremation memorial service, when everyone closed their eyes to mourn, Han Technician would be the kind of person who would add firewood to the fire. Needless to say, he was pragmatic. Therefore, from Han Xiao's perspective, no matter what the truth of history was, the value that could be created in the future was more important. After returning to the sanctuary, Han Xiao got the mercenaries to guard the prisoners on Bell of Death Island. Although these arrogant fellows were all captured, they still needed to be trained before they could be used. He was very assured to leave this job to the mercenaries. Although these prisoners all thought highly of themselves and only lacked the words "I am a bad guy" written on their faces, compared to the interstellar mercenaries who had killed countless species in different galaxies, they were simply like kind little sheep. In the next 10 days, Han Xiao gradually took action. The magic-type mercenaries greatly increased the production of the suppressants, and they were able to supply them to the refugees in the sanctuary on a large scale, stabilizing the situation. At the same time, more refugees came to the sanctuary, and it was very crowded. Therefore, Bennett started to expand the sanctuary. With the help of the players, the construction progress was extremely fast. There was an endless stream of refugees, and at this rate, the sanctuary would most likely be expanded into a large city. Han Xiao did not forget about the 6 nations. Since the 6 nations had agreed, he got some mercenaries to bring some materials and took a spaceship directly to the capital of the 6 nations. The civilians in the city who did not know what was going on were all stunned. After the 2 sides reached an agreement, some mercenaries stayed in the 6 nations to help them create the suppressants. The 6 nations were also veterans, and they made a big fuss about the suppressants. After a few shows, the people's confidence gradually returned, and order slowly returned. The 6 nations naturally did not compromise verbally with Han Xiao. Han Xiao had the authority to mobilize their armies, planes, tanks, warships, and all kinds of war equipment. As long as Han Xiao said a word, he would be able to get them. However, there was no need for him to do so. He had no use for them, and it was better to leave them to the 6 nations to share the burden of the sanctuary. The resistance of the sanctuary and the 6 nations against the mutation disaster had a small effect, but the number of refugees saved was just a drop in the ocean compared to the number of lives on the planet. There was no way to deal with the wild beasts and plants, and the most terrifying ones were the sea creatures. Their numbers were several times that of the beasts on land, and they were also affected by the mutation disaster. There were even amphibious beasts that had come to land, and a few coastal cities had already been severely damaged. Therefore, the situation of the mutation disaster was still extremely severe, and it was still worsening. Most of the Blue Star players stayed in the sanctuary, which was not beneficial to the overall situation. However, it was extremely beneficial to Han Xiao. He had obtained a large amount of experience, and through the Black Star selection ceremony, he had recruited a total of 30 to 40,000 players. This kind of selection ceremony had become one of the daily activities of the players, and the discussion on the forums was intense. They shared their experiences, and the conclusion was that an iron head was like a firework. Only by being stubborn could one live forever. Instead of slaughtering an entire city, it was better to wait for one person. Because it was a group selection, the players gradually started to form teams. The casual players tried their luck, the professional players showed off their skills, and the large guilds used their peripheral members to protect the core members. Those who had not passed the 30-second test of true man could not miss this opportunity. Every time they saw Mad Blade, Hao Tian, and the others with high-grade equipment swaggering through the streets, the other players could not help but feel envious. If not for the fact that fighting was not allowed in the sanctuary, many of them would have tried to kill them to see if they could obtain equipment. With the cooperation of the players, the passing rate of the selection had increased significantly. The players even thought that they had found the trick, but that was exactly what Han Xiao liked them to think. Han Xiao had prepared for a long time, and everything was going according to his plan. Most of it was good news, except for one thing, which he did not expect. The players had actually learned how to play the Wayne cards from Herles, and more people were addicted to playing card. When Han Xiao found out about this, he wished he could strangle Herles to death. You only know how to play cards every day, and you even led a professional foot soldier astray. Are you trying to force me to sell my card packs? Chapter 507. However, the mercenaries were not impatient with these new companions. Some of the players were given the Wayne cards by Herles, and things quickly got out of hand. The Wayne cards were very popular in the universe. The cards had simple enchantments, and all kinds of light effects could be seen when playing. Not only was it interesting, but every card was an organization or character in the galactic world, which made the players very interested in the structure of the galaxy. Playing cards could even increase knowledge. With the existence of the forums, new things would always attract the attention of the players very quickly. There were posts that explained the various ways of playing the Wayne cards and introduced the cards, which attracted the curiosity of the players from all over the world. Playing minigames in the game, two happy things added together, this was double the happiness. In Han Xiao's previous life, the Wayne cards were already very popular among the players. Now that the players had come into contact with the Wayne cards much earlier than in Han Xiao's previous life, this trend was started earlier. The Shattered Star Ring card set that Herles showed off to the players was also posted. The cards were all characters in the Shattered Star Ring, and most of the players did not recognize them. Only a few players knew about them, such as Dragon Emperor Ames. Many people still remembered her white legs that filled the screen. The players also saw the Black Star Mercenary card and were shocked. They did not expect Han Xiao to be a member of the card set. To be able to be made into a card, it should be a symbol of status. Did this not mean that Black Star had quite a bit of status in the Shattered Star Ring? The players could not help but be surprised. The stronger the faction, the happier the players would be. However, Han Xiao was very helpless. The players could create value every minute. Wasting their limited energy on playing cards infinitely would reduce his profits. Hard work comes with merit, but no play comes with play. A certain great man had once said that there was nothing that could not be solved by playing cards. If there was, then just play another round. The players were having fun, and Han Xiao could not force them. Seeing this, he felt pain in his heart. Because the players were his recruitment targets, the strength of the players was equivalent to the strength of his organization to a certain extent. After hesitating for a long time, Han Xiao had a new idea. Since the players like to play cards, why don't we find a chance to hold a card game competition in the name of the faction? Set up an award or something like that. Large-scale group leisure activities can increase the sense of belonging to the faction. Han Xiao felt that this plan was reliable. From the looks of it, it was not necessarily a bad thing for players to like playing cards early. However, even if he were to hold an event, it would not be now. At the very least, he would have to wait until he led the players into space. At that time, he would be able to sell a wave of card packs. Version 20 had been released for more than 10 days, and the players were slowly getting used to it. In the previous version, the level limit was 60, which happened to be at the watershed of the first race evolution. Now that the level limit had been raised, the players completed their advancement one after another. This topic quickly swept through the forums, sitting firmly at the top of all the planetary boards. Han Xiao did not pay much attention to the players' analysis of race evolution. He went to look for his officers and expressed his intention to learn the energy training method. Energy training techniques were not something rare. Most of them were universal skills and were not restricted by one's job. Han Xiao asked around. Hurler's favorability was high enough, so he did not need any additional conditions and directly gave him a new method. Han Xiao did not lack EXP now, and his stamina recovery rate was also very high. After 2 to 3 days of training, the effect of each exercise was 3 energy, so the total effect was 320 energy. He was still a few hundred points away from 9,000 energy, so he needed a new skill. For this kind of energy training skill, the more he learned, the more EXP he would need to spend. However, Han Xiao did not need to worry about this problem with his current EXP reserves. Harmon also agreed to share the energy training method, but he had a request to fight to his heart's content and defeat him. This guy was a protagonist-type character and also a battle maniac. In order to build a war league and train himself, he would not let go of any opportunity to fight. Han Xiao did not have any objections. When he had recruited Harmon, they had fought once. He was one of the best in Grade B, and he would not lose to anyone of the same grade. The two of them came to the spaceship's combat training room and faced each other from afar. This battle was purposely avoided from the players. Han Xiao did not want to reveal his strength so quickly. Furthermore, for people of their level, the arena was too fragile. It would be too troublesome to repair it if it was damaged. However, he still made the best use of it. He had the mercenaries bring the prisoners over to let them experience the combat power of the galactic mercenaries and train them. Honus was not included in the prisoners. Han Xiao had given him his freedom and allowed him to stay in the sanctuary. When Bennett saw his old friend who had gone missing, he was shocked. After learning about Honus' guess, his heart also sank. However, Han Xiao did not care. "Come if you're ready." Han Xiao nodded and said to Harmon. Bang. Speaking nonsense was not Harmon's style. The muscles on his body suddenly swelled, and his body was several times larger than Han Xiao's. With a stomp of his legs, he charged forward like a cannonball. Raising his battle axe, he smashed it down towards Han Xiao. Two giant mechanical hands quickly spread out above Han Xiao's head, grabbing the axe and pushing it forward. Flames surged as they wrestled with Harmon. Strength collided with strength, and a shockwave spread out. The prisoners in the corner were directly blown away, rolling on the ground like gourds. This group of prisoners could not even stand firm in the aftermath of the collision. They crawled up in a sorry state, their faces full of shock. They had seen Han Xiao in action before, but at that time, their level was not high enough. They were unable to understand Han Xiao's combat power, but now that they were watching from the sidelines, they understood that in front of this group of galactic mercenaries, they were not much different from ordinary people. Han Xiao's hands trembled, and 2 more giant mechanical hands spread out from his sides. He punched out with both fists. Boom. Boom. After 2 heavy blows, Harmon was sent flying. His legs landed on the ground with a loud thud, and the metal floor was dented by him. The 4 giant mechanical hands chased after him, and under the enhancement of mechanical force, they appeared to be extremely powerful. Harmon did not dodge at all, swinging his battle axe to meet them head-on. The axe continuously clashed with the giant mechanical hands, producing thunderous sounds as sparks flew everywhere. Dang dang dang, the sounds of the collisions echoed in the room. Han Xiao stood in his original position, not even putting on his mechanical suit. In the past year, he had improved his combat style, adding some elite mechanical systems. He no longer used the Third Company, which was a low-level army style. Now, he had more methods to deal with opponents of the same level. For example, this enhanced close combat style came from high-end and advanced knowledge. It used the giant mechanical hands as the core system, and other than close combat, it could also be equipped with other weapons, combining both offense and defense. The materials used were the hardest alloy Han Xiao could synthesize at the moment. His current materials technology was still at the advanced level, and he had yet to learn the high-end knowledge of materials science. The 4 giant mechanical hands suddenly disintegrated, and the components were like butterflies flitting through flowers, causing Harmon to slash at empty air. He staggered, revealing an opening. At this moment, the components once again reformed into 4 giant mechanical hands, trapping Harmon in the center, with only his head exposed. The mechanical fingers tightened, grabbing onto Harmon's body, and controlling him in an instant. Wang. The next moment, the 4 palms simultaneously released shockwaves, causing the ground to shake violently. The air distorted at a rate visible to the naked eye, and the shockwaves spread out, engulfing the limited space in the training room. The prisoners, who had tried their best to retreat, were still hit by the shockwaves. The pressure of the shockwaves pressed them tightly against the wall, making them look like paintings. Everyone's face twitched incessantly, and their expressions were even more distorted than when they were diving. A string of damage values jumped out from Harmon's head, and the shockwaves penetrated his body. Harmon's tensed body immediately softened, and he entered a temporary state. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Han Xiao soared into the air, kicking towards Harmon's head. Countless mechanical components instantly spread out from his leg, and in the blink of an eye, a black mechanical foot several meters long had attached itself to his calf. It ruthlessly stomped on Harmon's face, causing a muffled sound to ring out. This kick landed squarely on Harmon's face, and the tremendous force caused the floor beneath Harmon's feet to cave in and distort. Without waiting for Harmon to struggle free, the mechanical foot released clanking sounds, and the alloy shell beneath it unfolded, revealing a large-caliber cannon barrel. It aimed straight at Harmon's face, and light particles condensed, causing a dazzling radiance to light up within the cannon barrel. Rumble. The light cannon fired a fiery explosion at Harmon's face. The 2 of them fiercely bounced back, and their burly bodies, which were emitting black smoke, tumbled backwards. As for Han Xiao, he nimbly landed on the ground. The giant mechanical hand and foot disintegrated at the same time, transforming into mechanical components that rapidly folded together, transforming back into compressed orbs that automatically retracted. This series of moves was currently a commonly used combat method. Whoosh! Suddenly, Harmon tossed out his battle axe as he tumbled. The axe spun and flew out, bringing with it a sharp whistle. Han Xiao did not move, and the halo array appeared behind him. The floating cannon shot out rays of light, instantly forming a golden shield in front of him. The axe embedded itself into the shield with a clang, leaving behind a large mirror-like crack. The blade of the axe was just 10 centimeters away from Han Xiao's forehead. Pushing aside the axe, Han Xiao looked over and saw Harmon standing up. After suffering a series of heavy blows, apart from a large patch of his body being charred black, he was still full of energy. He then took out a war hammer. Heh, how exciting! Harmon wiped the corner of his mouth, his tone rough as he breathed out hot air, full of fighting spirit. You really can take a beating. Han Xiao was helpless. Harmon had a one-track mind and liked to use his fists to settle everything. He was unlike Hurlus, who would admit defeat. Only by knocking him out could the battle end. Although they were both melee combatants, Hurlus was both a damage dealer and a meat shield, while Harmon was a pure main tank, extremely tanky. He could see Harmon's attribute panel, and there were 2 very powerful specialties. The first was that every time his HP fell below 20%, he would have a chance to recover half of his HP. The second was that every time he lost 1% of his HP, he would gain a buff of 2 points in strength, agility, and endurance. In a battle, there was no limit to the buff. In theory, if Harmon was lucky, his strength could increase endlessly. Furthermore, he had the protagonist's aura, so he could casually look at the treasures under the skirt of the goddess of luck. These two specialties were like a limitless bloodthirsty berserk to him. Thus, this theory could easily become reality. This was a talent in combat. Chapter 508. Harmon had just been chased out of his mother planet and needed a war league. Han Xiao's display of strength had gained Harmon's recognition, and both sides had reached an agreement. Han Xiao would join the war league while Harmon would join the mercenary group. Becoming a mercenary would give Harmon ample opportunities to fight, which was what he needed. Therefore, Harmon was not a direct member of the mercenary group, but more like a partner with equal status. Other than the lucky halo, there were some similarities between the main character type characters. For example, some of them had extended events and plots, some of them had their own personalities and ideals, and some of them had their own strength or potential. Harmon belonged to the type of people who had their own strength. The Luhan beast men believed in the warrior's path. In the Rockfall tribe, where Harmon belonged, he had long been famous and was known as the Roaring Beast. This was the Luhan tribe's praise for powerful warriors. He was a good candidate for the chief position. Simply speaking, Harmon belonged to the type of main character who was very strong from the start. Han Xiao's relationship with him was neither close nor far. Harmon adhered to the traditions of the War League, so he did not hesitate to fight for Han Xiao. Warriors were never indecisive. Harmon had challenged almost all the officers in the mercenary group. Everyone knew that the longer he dragged on, the more powerful he became. He was like an unkillable cockroach that was very difficult to deal with. None of the officers had absolute confidence in defeating him except for Arosha. No matter how strong Harmon was, he could not cut down an energy body. This was his weakness. Han Xiao had no interest in competing with Harmon in terms of endurance. It was better to end the battle as soon as possible. Roar! Harmon let out a roar. His powerful lung capacity caused the air to vibrate. Dragging his warhammer, he charged forward once again. Every step he took caused the metal floor to rumble as he closed in at an extremely fast speed. Clatter! Facing the charge, Han Xiao did not move. Two compressed orbs fell from his sleeves. The moment they touched the ground, electricity flashed and the orbs transformed into two humanoid robot soldiers, silently guarding Han Xiao's left and right sides. The robot warriors had bright yellow, white, and black alloy shells. Their 4 limbs were the same as human beings, and they were 2 meters tall. Their armor was not bulky, but it was not light either. They were at the right size. Their heads were shaped like the beak of a knight's helmet, and on their backs were 2 wing-like propulsion wings. Their palms were 4-fingered, and it was impossible to tell what weapons these 2 robots were equipped with. At the same time, Harmon had already arrived in front of Han Xiao. With a fierce twist of his waist, his door-sized warhammer swung in an arc, sweeping towards Han Xiao from the side. The power behind this strike was clearly much greater than before, causing a violent gale to surge up. Whoosh! Before the hammer arrived, the strong wind already made it difficult for Han Xiao to open his eyes. This hammer attack was obviously meant to send both Han Xiao and the robot flying. If he was hit by this attack, Han Xiao would probably trigger the strength suppression effect, and he would probably be stunned for a short period of time. After all, his strength attribute was not high. Even if his health was extremely tanky, it would not feel good. Han Xiao didn't panic at all. His eyes flashed. Philip, load the data. Wang. The 2 deathly still robots shuddered and immediately began to move. Their movements were smooth and natural, without the slightest hint of mechanical stiffness. The robot on the left rapidly extended both hands, causing its mechanical arms to split apart. Numerous mechanical parts extended out, causing the arms to instantly expand by a size, transforming into a heavy soldier form. Its palms grabbed the hammerhead, and the propellers on its back began to operate at full power, causing chaotic airflow to erupt. Dang! The warhammer was forcibly blocked. In terms of strength, it was actually not suppressed by Harmon. The robot on the other side clasped its arms together, causing a small crack to appear in the middle of its arm guard. It flickered with a faint blue light, sucking in large amounts of air, causing a sharp whistle to ring out. Following which, both of its fists punched out, causing a highly compressed air cannon to shoot out like a hurricane. Harmon's chest felt stuffy, and like a large tree being uprooted by the wind, he was sent flying over 100 meters away, smashing into the wall of the training room. Bang! The wall caved in, causing Harmon's entire body to sink into it. The combat results are not bad. Han Xiao glanced at the two robots on his left and right. In Han Technician's Mech Legion, other than mechanical beasts, elite machines were also indispensable. In comparison, mechanical beasts were like minions, while elite machines were like mini-bosses. These two robot warriors were one of the elite machines. The elite robot warriors in the Legion were controlled by Philip's large amount of data and could carry out highly complex combat actions. The weapons and armor they were equipped with were all the same. I specially came over to take a look when you were sparring with Harmon, thinking that I would be able to see you in a sorry state. Herles laughed. Sorry to disappoint you. Han Xiao rolled his eyes. Is there anything else? Herles stopped smiling, coughed, and said, that. I would like to ask when you will fulfill your promise to me. I have promised you many things. Which one are you talking about? Herles raised his left mechanical arm, his face filled with anticipation. You told me in the past that there was someone in your hometown who could restore my broken arm. Your mechanical prosthetic arm is quite comfortable, but I still miss the original. Oh, about that. Han Xiao suddenly understood. Herles' arm had been shattered by ashes, and Aurora's Esper ability could heal his disability. Rubbing his brows, Han Xiao felt a headache coming on. Although Aurora had such an ability, this was a sensitive matter. Aurora was so cute and passionate, so she definitely would not reject his help. The main problem was Hela, who always had a poker face. He did not know if her reaction would be as extreme as before. Chapter 509. The environment in the wilderness was extremely dangerous, and some of the refugees were cowering in their own residences. They would rather suffer the outbreak of the mutation virus than leave the safe house. However, there were also some refugees who did not want to sit around and wait for death. They took the risk of crossing the wilderness to reach the only sanctuary. With Bennett's personality, it was naturally impossible for him to abandon them. Even if the sanctuary was heavily burdened, he would still save as many as he could. Until now, the sanctuary had taken in more than 10 million refugees, and the main city was packed to the brim. Many new satellite cities had been opened outside the city walls to divert the refugees who had come from afar. Because there was an endless stream of refugees, although the production of the suppressant had increased, the supply still could not meet the demand. Thankfully, there were players who maintained the law and order and were willing to work hard. Because of the large number of refugees, Aurora was extremely busy. She played the role of a human radar, constantly identifying the infected among the refugees, and did not have any time to rest. At a certain sanctuary checkpoint, more than 1,000 unkempt refugees were being checked here, and fully armed soldiers were maintaining order. The refugees had unease and nervousness in their eyes. The disaster had caused their nerves to be in a tense state at all times. When can we go in? Do you know how many dangers we encountered on the way to the sanctuary? Forget about the body search earlier. Why are we being kept here? Many of the refugees were extremely agitated. Everyone, before entering the sanctuary, we need to conduct a virus check. Please cooperate with us, a guard said loudly. A guard captain said loudly. Although the refugees were dissatisfied, they had no choice but to suppress their impatience. At this time, Aurora walked to the front of the crowd and closed her eyes. She used her ability to sense the life aura of these refugees. After a while, she opened her eyes and said with an apologetic expression, "There are infected people among you. Please follow the guards to the quarantine area." The guards walked into the crowd and pulled out the infected people one by one. This action instantly caused the refugees to explode. "What are you doing? Let go. I am not infected. Let go of my child." Scram! The emotions of the refugees were like a barrel of gunpowder, and the slightest spark would cause it to explode. Even if the majority of them had intended to listen obediently, a small portion of them took the lead and became agitated. They resisted and charged at the guards. The sounds of cursing, begging, roaring, and falling to the ground were extremely noisy, and the scene was chaotic. During this time of emergency, the guards were very tough in maintaining order. They used punches and kicks to drag the infected out, handcuffed them, and threw them to the side. There were also infected children who were taken away from their parents by the guards, crying non-stop. Bang! Gunshots rang out. The scene fell silent for a moment. A male refugee had an excited expression on his face as he raised a pistol. Smoke was rising from the muzzle as he fired a shot into the sky. The other refugees hurriedly retreated, and there was no one around the gun-wielding man. The guards' expressions changed, and dozens of guns pointed at the man at the same time. Damn it, what's the matter with the people searching in front? Why did they miss his gun? Put down your weapons. Otherwise, we'll shoot. The captain of the guards shouted. The man with the gun trembled and shouted, Don't be fooled by them. I heard that the infected who were quarantined were actually executed. Don't believe them. You've misunderstood. We do have a way to save her. Don't get too worked up. The captain of the guards comforted the man, but he secretly signaled to the gunner beside him with his eyes. As long as the man's attention was distracted by him, he would immediately shoot and kill him. At this moment, among the infected who were caught, there was a sudden cry of a young child. Dad! A 7 or 8-year-old boy broke free from the big hands of the guards and stumbled in front of the gun-wielding man. He grabbed the man's trousers tightly and looked around with his big frightened eyes. His small body was trembling. The captain of the guards cursed and hurriedly pressed down on the muzzle of his companion's gun. Shooting the father in front of a child, not many people were willing to do this. If this child was not there, it would be easier. Think about your child. Please put down your weapons immediately. We do have a way to save her. How do we save her? The gun-wielding man shouted. The captain of the guards explained patiently, we have a drug to suppress the virus. Quarantining the infected is to make it easier to screen the patients and then give them the drug. Then give the drug to my child right now. I want to watch the whole process. The captain of the guards hesitated. The production of the suppressant is limited. The infected in the quarantine area are all waiting in line. It should be your turn in 3 days. I don't have the authority. The gun-wielding man roared and interrupted the captain of the guards. I don't care. Give me the drug immediately, or I will shoot. With that, the gun-wielding man pointed at Aurora, who was looking at them from a distance. He just noticed that Aurora was the person who could distinguish the infected. She seemed to be an important person. He felt that this threat was useful. All the guards were shocked and their fingers were about to pull the trigger. Don't shoot. She is the only one who can distinguish the infected. Everyone needs her. I don't care. I want the drug. The gun-wielding man's eyes were bloodshot and his emotions were extremely unstable. At this time, a dark red energy protected Aurora. Hela walked out from the side with a cold expression. The gun-wielding man immediately fired, but all the bullets were bounced off by the dark red energy shield. Hela waved her hand and the dark red energy shot straight to the gun-wielding man's forehead. When Aurora was working, Hela had always been by her side as a guard to prevent any accidental factors from hurting her sister. This shot was fatal. She would not show mercy to anything that threatened her sister's safety. Sister, don't. Hela frowned. The energy that was supposed to explode the gun-wielding man's head changed its course and only broke the gun in his hand. The guards immediately swarmed up and subdued the struggling man. At the same time, they pulled the little boy who was holding his father's trousers and crying to the side. You should let me kill him. Kindness is the natural enemy of survival. You should change. Don't be so childish. Hela was impatient. Aurora smiled and said, No, I know that sister is here. He can't hurt me. He was just impulsive. We shouldn't take his life because of that. We are the ones who save the refugees. My stupid sister. Hella narrowed her eyes. Those bloody memories flashed through her mind. She shook her head and said, "Don't be stingy and use the greatest evil to figure out others." Hella walked up to the gun-wielding man and looked down at him. She said coldly, "If you don't believe us and don't want to be quarantined, then please leave. We lack everything but refugees. No one will stop you from leaving. Guards, let him and the child go." The guards did as they were told and let go of the man. The man hurriedly picked up his child and glared at Hella. However, he was glared back. Under Hella's murderous gaze, the man's anger slowly subsided. He glanced at everyone, held the child tightly, and walked out with heavy steps. He didn't want the child to be quarantined, so he didn't want to stay. At this moment, Aurora spoke. "Please don't leave." The man paused and looked back at the petite Aurora with a surprised expression. Aurora said sincerely, "Although we won't stop you from leaving, I strongly suggest that you stay. The wilderness is really too dangerous. You can only be safe in the shelter. Please believe in my sincerity. Then bring the medicine immediately to save my child," the man hurriedly said. However, Aurora shook her head. "In order to protect your family, you did not hesitate to take the risk and resist. Believe me, I understand this impulse very well. However, I'm very sorry. We will definitely not give you the inhibitor in advance. This is unfair to others. Causing trouble cannot be exchanged for special treatment. However, I implore you to believe us. As long as you are patient, your child will be saved sooner or later." Kindness was kindness, but she wouldn't allow her emotions to overflow. After experiencing the long darkness, the naivety in her personality had already disappeared. Her words had a reassuring power. The man hesitated. At this time, his son wiped his tears and said, "Dad, I believe in her. Let me go to the quarantine area. I will protect myself." The man gritted his teeth and put down the boy. The guard captain stepped forward and held the boy's hand. The man wanted to stop him several times, but in the end, he didn't do it. After this episode, the emotions of this group of refugees also calmed down. They obediently accepted the quarantine and restored order. The two sisters left the station. Because of its large size, the giant bear that waited at the door followed behind Aurora obediently. Hella touched Aurora's head and frowned. "Did you forget what I said? It is meaningless to help other people's spiritual comfort. It is selfish of them to ask you to be selfless. Don't show kindness to strangers. They are not qualified to receive your help." Aurora shook off Hella's hand and whispered, "Since I have the ability to help others, isn't it selfish to hide it and not use it?" Hella coldly said, "For others, it is noble. For yourself, it is ugly. Hypocrisy is disgusting. Most of the moral principles are just scams to make people stupid. Uncle Blackstar took the initiative to save me in the past. We are people who received help. Don't say that you are unhappy." Aurora giggled. Every time this topic was brought up, Hella was speechless. She solemnly said, "In short, this favor, I will definitely return it to him. I don't like to owe others." That being said, Han Xiao had already entered a new level, and his status had changed greatly. Thinking of the first time they met, Han Xiao was just a weak test subject with a pale face and a thin body. He was trained by her, but now he had such achievements. She sometimes wondered if all this was real. Life was too unpredictable. Hella was very conflicted about how to face the current Han Xiao. Han Xiao did not seem to need her power anymore. She did not know how to return this favor. "Sometimes, I really can't talk to you." Aurora pretended to be mature and sighed. If sister was not so eccentric, there would be thousands of times more people who would acknowledge you. Humph, so much for people who need others' acknowledgement. Hella frowned. Aurora helplessly shook her head. Although she had always been protected by her sister, she felt that sometimes, her sister was the child who had not grown up. At a corner not far away, Han Xiao and Herles had just arrived. They heard the two sisters' conversation and looked at each other. "Go back. I don't think you have a chance." Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. Herles was shocked. F***ck, you haven't asked yet. Can't you be more useful? Chapter 510. You heard it too. Even if you're my friend, they might not give you face. Han Xiao shook his head. Aurora was a warm-hearted person, so of course, she was willing to help. However, Hyla might not be the same. This little girl had a cold personality and did not like to meddle in other people's business. Furthermore, she was very protective of her younger sister, so she might interfere. Although she owed Han Xiao a favor, with her strong personality, she would not let her sister repay the debt. No way, it's not too much to ask for them to use their Esper abilities. Herlis was anxious. This is because of history. Her sister needs to consume her own life force to use her Esper ability. She had some bad experiences in the past, so her nerves are very sensitive. You promised me. Herlis was unwilling to comply. All right, I'll ask for you. Han Xiao shook his head helplessly and walked out to stop the two sisters. The giant white bear's nose twitched as it smelled a familiar scent. Its bean-sized eyes stared at Han Xiao hesitantly, not sure if this was its former owner. Only when Han Xiao waved his hand did it run out happily and roll around in front of Han Xiao, exposing its belly. The ground was covered in dust from its rolling. This bear has been raised by you. Han Xiao scratched the giant bear's chin. It was furry and felt better than Harmon's. In the past, this bear was called Baby Bear. Now that it was a few meters tall, it could not be called Baby Bear anymore. Otherwise, it would be too disgusting. Yeah, it grew very fast and has always been by my side. My Esper ability made it full of life force, Aurora said with a smile. Han Xiao touched his chin and pondered. In that case, the quality of its meat should be very good. The giant bear that was rolling around suddenly froze, and its ears stood up. It sensed that things were not simple. Why are you stopping us? Hela was confused. Han Xiao pulled Herlis out. This is Herlis, my comrade. He was accidentally injured in a battle. If your eyes are good enough, you should be able to notice that he has a mechanical arm. Hela was speechless. Have you been judging other people's eyes by the standards of a blind person? I promised to heal his broken limb. I want Aurora to help me. Don't even think about it. Before Aurora could reply, Hela decisively refused. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. At least pretend to think about it. You know my sister. She can heal other people's injuries, but it will consume her own life force. In this world, I only allow my sister to save one person, and that is you. Hela suddenly paused. She thought for a moment and added, but don't think that our friendship is that good. This is what we owe you. Other than you, we won't save anyone else. Aurora had given her an incomparably exuberant life force. Her cells were constantly reacting by themselves, producing a special life force. Aurora's life force was like a bucket of water, and only a drop of water was needed to heal a serious injury. This consumption was just a drop in the bucket. However, what was being consumed was life force after all. Although Aurora was healthy now, Hela would not allow her to waste her life force because of this. Before Han Xiao could say anything, Aurora interrupted. Sister, this is just a small matter to me. I've always been the one being helped by others. I also want to help Black Star. No. Hela flatly refused. Sister, don't always make decisions for me. Aurora was helpless. Why don't you want to believe what I've taught you? In this world, kind people get bullied. Hela said angrily. It was like this just now, and it's like this now. When will you learn to be more careful? As long as there's a first time, all the injured people will come to you in the future. Are you going to keep consuming your life force to help? Han Xiao was immediately unhappy. Why did he feel that this woman was indirectly scolding him? Her skin was itching for a beating. Han Xiao had asked Philip to pull up the surveillance video to explain the commotion at the quarantine station. The daily affairs of the fallout shelter were handled by Bennett, and the unimportant ordinary refugees could be dealt with however they wanted. No one could overturn the situation. Han Xiao was not so free as to interfere with such trivial matters. The main thing was to understand the cause of the conflict between the two sisters. In the past, the two sisters were in a difficult situation and relied on each other. Now that they had lived safely for a few years and spent every day together, even if they were relatives whose blood was thicker than water, their personalities could not be completely compatible. There was bound to be friction, just like love that would end sooner or later. Only distance could create beauty. Sister, why do you always overdo it? I will naturally refuse when I don't want to, Aurora said. Furthermore, Uncle Blackstar has helped me so much. I want to repay him. If I say no, it means no. Hela glared at Han Xiao and said in a low voice, "You're our benefactor. I will definitely repay this favor, but please don't have any ideas about my sister." Han Xiao was speechless. She made it sound like he had some improper thoughts. She was overly protective. Looking at the two sisters arguing, Herles looked at Han Xiao and said weakly, "You're right. There's no chance. Old Herles, let's go." Just as the two were about to turn and leave, Aurora suddenly raised her voice and sounded very serious. "Sister, you can't protect me forever, and I can't always be a child that needs to be protected. I beg you very seriously, don't make decisions for me. No, your thinking is too childish. You don't know how to protect yourself at all." Hela did not buy it. "Why do you always want to change me?" Aurora was angry for the first time. Her eyes flashed and she said, "What I despise the most is those who don't need help mocking those who are willing to help. Only those who have experienced it know how much they hope for others to lend a helping hand when they're in trouble. I know this feeling very well. When I needed help the most, day and night, I prayed countless times that someone would come and help me. Needles pierced into my veins time and time again, scalpels cut into my flesh time and time again, but no one came to help. Do you understand that kind of despair?" Hela was stunned, and she looked ashamed. It was because of her negligence that Aurora was captured by the Germinal organization and suffered so much. As the sister, she could not help much. It was only because of Han Xiao's sudden help that she saved her sister. Hela always felt that she was a failure as a sister. In the past, Aurora would never talk about her pain in front of her. This was the first time she blamed her. Hela was caught off guard and did not know how to respond. "I know that sister is a strong-willed person. In order to not give you pressure, every time I see you, I pretend to be optimistic and cheerful. But do you think it's possible for me to be happy?" Aurora said seriously, "I've been through a lot of pain. I know how cruel people can be. I know the despair of being in a desperate situation with no one to help. The only thing I can do is to not succumb to the dark environment. I can't be easily changed by the pain and become a twisted person filled with hatred. Believe me, this is even more difficult than enduring the pain of sex. Han Xiao helped me when I was at my most desperate, so I'm willing to help others." She stared into Hela's eyes and said softly, "We can't always live in the past. Everyone has to grow. Sister, I love you, but I'm not your toy. I have my own thoughts. I want to be the person I want to be." Hela opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows in surprise. He didn't expect the two sisters to quarrel. Perhaps the resentment that had been accumulated in the past few years that he wasn't around exploded. Even if they had gone through a lot together, it was impossible for them to continue dating and loving each other. When there were no external enemies, it was inevitable that they would quarrel. This was something that Han Xiao had deeply experienced from his neighbor's discordant husband and wife life in his previous life. However, quarreling wasn't necessarily a bad thing. At the very least, they could deepen their understanding of each other and seek common ground while reserving their differences. Han Xiao shook his head. Women. Everyone was silent. Aurora scratched her face embarrassedly. Her strong aura instantly collapsed. She carefully asked, "Sister, I'm going to treat him. You've already said so much. What else can I say? Just pretend that you don't have a sister like me. Go, go," Hela said unhappily. Aurora's face lit up, and she gave Hela a hug. Seeing this, Han Xiao brought the few of them to the machinery modification room and dismantled Herles' mechanical arm. Aurora aimed her palm at Herles' broken arm, and a thick golden light shot out from her palm and entered Hurlus' body. Granulation began to grow on the broken limb, and the itch was unbearable. In the past few years, Aurora had also been developing her Esper ability. She no longer needed to use blood to save people. Instead, she could release the active life energy in her body. On the side, Han Xiao and Hela stood side by side, watching the treatment scene. Suddenly, Hela spoke with a complicated tone. "Do you think I'm wrong?" Han Xiao turned around and glanced at her. Hela pursed her lips and frowned. She was still brooding over what happened earlier. "There's nothing wrong with that. Everyone has their own ambitions. But if you ask me, I think you're more reasonable. This world is very dangerous, and enemies are everywhere. It's rational to play it safe." "You actually think that way?" Hela had a strange look on her face. Han Xiao had returned from the universe when the planet was in danger. He was such a great person that she thought Han Xiao would support Aurora. Han Xiao shrugged. "But if I have to choose, I'd rather be friends with kinder people." If not for Aurora's insistence, his request would have been rejected by Hela. To him, he preferred obedient people. Both sisters had potential. Grade S Esper abilities were extremely rare. If Hela grew up and reached the height she had in Han Xiao's previous life, she could kill dozens of Hurlus with one finger. Aurora's healing ability was also very useful. She was like a walking super health potion that could guarantee their lives. As for their opposite personalities, Han Xiao did not mind. As long as they were useful talents, these problems were not important. For example, Ames was very willful, but not many people in the Shattered Star Ring dared to criticize her. Thus, ability was the most important. Not long after, Hurlus' arm grew out. His skin was very tender. He tried waving it a few times and was pleasantly surprised. "Haha, my arm is back." Aurora wiped the sweat off her forehead and happily said, "It's good that I can help." Han Xiao patted her head and praised her. Then, he left with Hurlus. Hurlus was very satisfied with his new arm and was happy all the way. After returning to his room, Han Xiao sent Hurlus away, took out his galactic communicator, and opened the Garten Star System's regional channel. Now that the plan to recruit players was on the right track, and he had obtained the energy skills that would lead him to the next level, the next step was to see when Ghidorah's rescue team would arrive. Version 2.0 had been open for half a month. Counting the days, Ghidorah should be arriving soon. The Garten Star System was under Ghidorah's jurisdiction. It was too much of a coincidence for so many civilizations to have a disaster happen at the same time. Ghidorah naturally had their suspicions. The first thing they thought of was their archenemy, Darkstar. They felt that this might be a conspiracy, so they did not act rashly and investigated for a period of time. However, a few hours ago, Han Xiao's communicator received a regional notification regarding this matter. Many galactic media outlets noticed the situation in Ghidorah's jurisdiction and reported on it. Thus, the disaster attracted even more attention, and Ghidorah's media was the most concerned. After all, this was a problem in the jurisdiction of a civilization. After a series of reports, more and more Ghidorah citizens learned about the disaster that had befallen their allies. They also realized that their own civilization had not sent out any rescue teams after a long time, and the citizens started to clamor for the leaders to send out rescue teams as soon as possible. After looking at the regional news of the Garten Star System, Han Xiao raised his brows and came to a conclusion. Darkstar has started to move. At this time, Ghidorah had not officially intervened, and the news of the mutation disaster was naturally leaked by Darkstar in the dark. With some people adding fuel to the fire, it created a large-scale impact, making the entire Ghidorah civilization the center of attention. Other than Han Xiao, the entire star system thought that this was a sudden and unknown disaster. No one knew that this was Darkstar's scheme. If I'm not wrong, Darkstar's team should be hiding on Blue Star, right? Han Xiao's eyes flickered as he pondered. Chapter 511. This was a land with an extremely high concentration of nuclear radiation. The environment was desolate, and every inch of space was filled with a thick layer of gray. The blue sky was covered with a layer of darkness, and the ground was covered with a thick layer of white dust. There was not a single bit of green in sight, and there was no sign of life. At this time, dozens of thin spaceships were parked there, and a group of mixed-blood Godora people wearing galactic combat suits were fiddling with some strange equipment. This vanguard was made up of ordinary Darkstar soldiers, and only the leader was a Grade B. Their mission was to hide, and they did not need to engage in combat. These spaceships were always in stealth mode, blocking all kinds of detection equipment. Han Xiao's fleet had scouted the entire planet but was unable to find this small team. Darkstar had spent most of their skill points on stealth technology, or else they would have been killed long ago. Darkstar had placed small teams in all the planets where the mutation source was placed, and their mission was to observe the situation at close range. Through special equipment, they would be able to detect the radiation emitted by the mutation source and understand the growth stage of the mutation source. This set of equipment was given to them by the manufacturer of the mutation source, and they were truly a kind intergalactic arms dealer. However, this small team did not know the exact location of the mutation source, and they did not have any intention of searching for it. The orders from the higher-ups were not to interfere. In truth, this small team of Darkstar had already been hiding in Blue Star since a month ago and had not revealed themselves. Through the more advanced virtual technology, they had connected to the satellites of the Six Nations and shared the vision of these eyes. The destruction of this planet by the mutation disaster was seen by them, but they were not concerned about it. It was only until the appearance of Black Star that this small team started to pay attention and sent the news to the headquarters. The upper echelons of Dark Star were paying attention to the progress of the plan. Black Star had once caused them to lose an elder, and he was already an enemy in their eyes. This news surprised the upper echelons, but after a round of discussion, they all felt that the reason Black Star had appeared in Blue Star was not because of them. We've investigated it. Blue Star is Black Star's hometown, and we happened to choose this planet. It should be that the natives of Blue Star have a way to contact Black Star. After the disaster happened, they asked for help from Black Star, which is why the current situation happened. The reason for Black Star's arrival has nothing to do with us. This is a coincidence. Indeed, that's the most logical explanation. We're hiding in the dark, so no one will know that these disasters are part of our plan. Ghodora's people will soon head to these planets for disaster relief. One more Black Star is just one more rescue team. Blue Star is just one of the planets and will not affect our plan. Although they viewed Han Xiao as an enemy, they did not want to alert the enemy at such a crucial moment. Furthermore, after their investigation, they found out that Black Star actually had a Tycoon-grade blacklight stealth and could escape as he wished. Thus, Dark Star gave up on the idea of attacking him. In their eyes, Han Xiao's appearance was just a coincidence and would not affect the overall situation much. There was no need for them to be too nervous. At this moment, they had to prioritize the mission and not expose themselves. The mutation disaster was the core of Darkstar's plan, but the most important thing was their following actions. They had to wait for the right opportunity. In the next few days, the news about the Garten star system became more and more intense. The advanced civilizations of the other star systems all watched on, but no one wanted to help. Those unlucky planets were under Ghodora's jurisdiction, and according to the rules of civilization diplomacy, they should be handled by Ghodora. If the other advanced civilizations did not interfere, no one would blame them. However, if Ghodora did not help their allies in their jurisdiction, it would be a huge blow. Of course, the disaster relief was not forced, but this would affect Ghodora's reputation and position in the Shattered Star Ring. The other allied civilizations would re-evaluate their relationship with them. As a member of the lawful faction, they still had to follow certain rules. In order to stabilize their ruling position in the Garten star system and calm the public opinion, Ghodora would naturally not sit by and do nothing. Spaceships departed from the various military space stations of Ghodora one after another, heading to different star zones to provide disaster relief. The Six Nations, who had been waiting anxiously, finally received the news that the fleet was about to arrive at Blue Star. The upper echelons of the Six Nations were almost moved to tears. After more than a month, God Aura had finally remembered that it was the father. It was finally coming. With Blue Star's technology, they were unable to find the source of the mutation disaster, but they believed that God Aura would definitely be able to. With Ghidorah's help, the disaster should be resolved very quickly. While the Six Nations had given in to Han Xiao, the position that God Aura had established over a long period of time would not be weakened so easily. What Black Star had promised them was the future, but there was no way to resolve the root of the calamity at the moment. Thus, when it came to dealing with the mutation disaster, the Six Nations still trusted God Aura more. On the day that God Aura informed them of the arrival date, the leaders of the Six Nations brought some of their high-ranking officials to wait at the landing point. They provided the landing coordinates for God Aura. This is the first time that the God Aura civilization has come on a large scale. We have to welcome them with the highest level of etiquette. Meeting Ghidorah's fleet was a huge matter for the entire civilization. Even though the Six Nations were in a difficult situation and had only managed to restore some order with the help of Han Xiao, the Six Nations did not dare to treat their savior carelessly and still prepared a welcoming ceremony. However, the upper echelons of the Six Nations were also very nervous. This was the first time that they had seen an alien fleet, and they were not clear about Ghidorah's culture or the situation in the universe. They were afraid that they would do something that would cause a misunderstanding. On this day, the astronomical organizations of the Six Nations paid close attention to the sky. Their mission was to find traces of Ghidorah's fleet as soon as possible. The afternoon sun was at its brightest, and a fleet coincidentally entered Blue Star's atmosphere. A golden spaceship appeared from the clouds and slowly flew above Blue Star. This image was immediately obtained by the Six Nations. The leaders of the Six Nations were all on high alert and prepared to welcome God Aura at the landing point. At this moment, the observer reported, "No, God Aura has changed their route. They are not here." What? The officials at the landing point were all shocked and hurriedly shared the image with them. They saw that Ghidorah's fleet did not land at the designated location but changed their route midway and headed toward the sanctuary. The leaders of the Six Nations were all shocked. The interaction between civilizations should be led by the Six Nations. Furthermore, they were the ones who requested for help. However, God Aura had ignored them and ran over to Black Star. They were the true rulers of this planet. They had wanted to personally meet God Aura and display the etiquette of the Blue Star civilization, but the actual situation was completely different from what they had imagined. The welcoming ceremony that they had painstakingly prepared was wasted, and the upper echelons of the Six Nations could not help but feel depressed. At the same time, they had a thought. Could it be that to God Aura, the entire Blue Star civilization was not as important as a single Black Star? The leaders of the Six Nations felt a sense of humiliation and could not help but think of what Han Xiao had said. If they wanted to have a conversation as equals, they had to at least jump out of the level of the natives. The Golden Fleet floated outside the sanctuary, and the players ran out to take a look. Bennett knew that the Six Nations had requested help from God Aura, but he did not expect the fleet to come to him. He hurriedly went out to welcome them. Buzz. The bottom of all the spaceships opened up, and yellow gravitational beams shot out, pulling out God Aura people one by one. It was like laying eggs. The rescue team slowly landed, and the commander at the front was Ngojin. Outside the walls of the sanctuary, there were many new residential areas. When the guards and refugees saw this scene, their mouths were wide open, and their faces were blank. This was the first time they had seen God Aura people, and they were both shocked and nervous. They stared at these aliens without blinking. Bennett had seen the God Aura people that Han Xiao had captured before. At this moment, he calmed himself down and walked forward to welcome them. Respected friends of God Aura, I am Bennett, and I am currently in charge of this sanctuary. On behalf of Blue Star, I welcome all of you here. Thank you for your generous help. This planet needs your help. Ngojin did not deny it and pointed at the spaceships above the sanctuary. He spoke through the translator with a solemn and dignified expression. What's up with those spaceships? Blue Star was just a native planet, and the God Aura soldiers present all had a sense of superiority on their faces. They did not place the natives in their eyes, but there was an interstellar fleet here, and they could not help but feel curious. The reason Ghidorah's fleet had come to the sanctuary was not because they knew that Han Xiao was there but because they had discovered Han Xiao's fleet. As such, Nagojin changed the route of the fleet and did not land at the coordinates provided by the Six Nations. Instead, they came here to investigate. Nagojin had the strength of a calamity-grade super, and the aura that he unconsciously exuded made Bennett's heart tighten. He subconsciously felt a sense of danger and forgot to speak. At this moment, Han Xiao walked out from the crowd and chuckled. "Nagojin, we meet again. It's you." Nagojin's eyes widened, and the solemn expression on his face disappeared. He laughed out loud and quickly walked forward to give Han Xiao a warm hug. The last time they had fought side by side, he had left a deep impression on Nagojin, and he could not forget Han Xiao. At this moment, he recognized him at a glance. "Black Star? Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to be here too." Compared to his condescending attitude toward the natives of Blue Star, Nagojin's attitude toward Han Xiao was completely different. He hugged and patted Han Xiao's shoulder as though he was an old friend. It was a complete difference in treatment. Hearing this, the troops behind Nagojin were in an uproar. "It's actually Black Star, that mercenary who killed a Darkstar Calamity-grade super alongside Nagojin." The arrogance on the faces of the people of Ghidorah was replaced by shock. Looking at the two of them, Bennett was shocked and said in disbelief, You know each other? Didn't I tell you before? I have many friends in the galaxy." Han Xiao let go of Nagojin and said with a smile. Bennett nodded. He had indeed heard Han Xiao mention it before, but he did not know the details. Seeing Han Xiao and the commander of the Ghidorah fleet calling each other brothers, he finally had a direct understanding of Han Xiao's position in the galaxy. "You're probably doing better than I thought." Bennett sighed with mixed feelings. Not too long ago, Han Xiao had also sent him an invitation, and he had chosen to stay in Blue Star. Now, the gap between them had become so huge. He had even been frightened by the aura of this commander of Ghidorah, but the other party was extremely friendly toward Han Xiao. Bennett was only disappointed for a moment before he recovered and was secretly happy for Han Xiao. In the distance, the players were whispering, "I didn't expect Ghidorah to come to our planet. The officer on the other side seems to be an acquaintance of the captain. I remember in Pork Bun's video that the captain has a good relationship with Ghidorah. He should be the one who called the Ghidorah people over for help. Amazing, the captain is really impressive. Ignorant. Do you think the Black Star Contacts group is called for nothing?" Ever since Han Xiao had started to recruit players, the way he was addressed by the players had gradually changed. He was no longer called Black Star but Captain. Even the players who had not joined the mercenary group liked to call him that. This made the players feel closer to him. Not long after, this name became popular on the forums, and Captain became his new nickname. Because Pork Bun's video had recorded many of the deeds of the Black Star mercenary, the players knew that Han Xiao not only had the background of Floating Dragon, but he also had a good relationship with the various large mercenary groups. Furthermore, he had a good relationship with many civilizations of order. Some people jokingly called it the Black Star Contacts group. Many people found it funny, and those who had watched the video resonated with it. Thus, it quickly became a meme. The information of the players was limited, and they did not know that the mutation disaster was caused by the battle between Ghidorah and Darkstar. They also did not know that the Six Nations had asked Ghidorah for help. Thus, at this time, the players still thought that the Ghidorah fleet was summoned by Han Xiao. As expected of the Black Star Contacts group, Nagojin was happy for a while before remembering his duty. He asked, "By the way, why are you here?" Chapter 512. "So, that's the case." Nagojin muttered. Ghidorah's rescue team had just arrived, and it was time for them to gather information. Everyone gathered in the conference room, and after 10 minutes, Han Xiao introduced the process of the mutation disaster over the past month, as well as the current situation of Blue Star. This allowed Nagojin to understand the situation of Blue Star. "Black Star, you should have seen the news. This planet is not the only one that has suffered from such a disaster. The War Bureau and Investigation Bureau have sent out many teams to provide relief. With so many planets suffering from such a disaster, we feel that this matter is extremely suspicious. That is why we sent someone of my level to lead the team. Nagojin said with a deep voice. You have just told me the theory behind the mutation source, and such biological weapons are not commonly seen. While I do not know where your information came from, I believe that you should know what is going on behind the scenes, right? Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. In the storyline of his previous life, Godora did not understand the use of the mutation source. Thus, their efficiency in the initial stages of providing relief was very low, giving the mutation source time to grow. Han Xiao's information had helped Godora point out the correct path, and the subsequent effects would definitely increase the overall progress of the mission. At the very least, it would be much better than in his previous life. However, revealing this information had its pros and cons. Now was not the best time to reveal the truth, but he needed Godora to understand a portion of the information before he could carry out his mission. Thus, Nagojin naturally suspected that Han Xiao knew more about the truth. As for the fact that the mutation disaster was Darkstar's scheme, Han Xiao did not intend to tell Godora everything. There were many reasons for this, but the most important one was that he would not gain much from revealing it now. Furthermore, Darkstar's plan was interconnected, and this was only the beginning. According to the actions of Darkstar in his previous life, even if he told Godora that the mutation source was released by Darkstar, they would still fall for it. That was because when Darkstar's plan was laid out, Godora would realize that it was an open scheme, and it would be useless to guard against it. Although Han Xiao understood Darkstar's intentions, he also understood that if he told them everything, it would be unreasonable. Even a diviner would not have such detailed information, and people would suspect that he had a special intelligence channel. In the end, it would only lead to trouble, and the risks would outweigh the benefits. Hence, he did not intend to help Godora see through Darkstar's plan. Instead, he wanted them to fall into his trap. This was in line with his own interests. The reason why Darkstar had bought the mutation source as a tool to create a calamity was because he knew that this was a problem that could not be solved in a short period of time. The only way was to hand over the mutation source in his hands and allow Godora to develop a large-scale antidote. In order to maximize the benefits, he naturally could not hand over the mutation source before the crisis happened. Only when Godora fell for the trap and realized that time was running out would he be able to obtain the greatest benefits. As for the suspicion that would arise if he handed over the mutation source, Han Xiao had already planned for this. Back then, during the secret message bead incident, he had dragged Floating Dragon into the water. Furthermore, he had the mutation source in his hands, which could be explained as Floating Dragon secretly opening the secret message bead and keeping the item inside. As such, he had obtained the item and pushed the blame to Floating Dragon. With Ames's position, Darkstar would not dare to offend her, and Godora would not be a busybody. Thus, his risk would be reduced. He might even be able to help Floating Dragon gain the favor of Godora. Han Xiao was almost touched by his own thoughts. These thoughts flashed past his mind, and Han Xiao did not let anyone see any abnormalities. With a natural expression, he replied to Nagojin, "You misunderstood. You're mistaken. I've seen the power of large-scale biochemical weapons in a job before, so I asked the intelligence organization to collect some information. At the same time, I'm also a member scholar. I've read about similar cases in their database, but I don't know who released this kind of biochemical weapon." After pausing for a while, Han Xiao shook his head and said, "However, this matter is indeed strange. If I had to guess, the only one who would do such a thing is your archenemy, Darkstar." Nagojin nodded heavily. "I think so too. Darkstar has always been going against us, but they have been keeping a low profile for the past 2 years. They definitely have a bigger plan, but it is a pity that there is no evidence pointing to them." Han Xiao chuckled. With their character, they would probably jump out and admit that this was their doing. Nagojin's expression became troubled. That's right, Darkstar would not care about this at all. In any case, disaster relief is a must. Han Xiao deftly changed the topic, causing Nagojin to suspect Darkstar but not be certain. This was enough. He continued, "We can work together. I arrived a few days earlier than you. In my opinion, the problem we face can be summed up into 2 tasks." Nagojin calmed down and listened carefully. If it was the Six Nations who made the suggestion, he would not accept it and would follow his own plan to provide disaster relief. However, Blackstar was different. This guy had the right to talk to him as an equal, and Nagojin was willing to listen to Han Xiao's opinion. First, save the refugees. I am already doing this, and there are initial results. However, there are still more than 1 billion people on the planet who are in danger. In places that we cannot see, millions of people die every day. If we do not stop them in time, the consequences will be unimaginable. Nagojin nodded. This was indeed a top priority. If everyone died, what was there to save? Second, find the source of the disaster and get rid of it once and for all. This will require Ghidorah's help. With Blue Star's technology, they will not be able to deal with this. If we want to get rid of this biological weapon, we will have to create the corresponding antidote. The rescue team would naturally not stay on other planets to provide disaster relief. Their main mission was to research the disaster and find a solution. These 2 suggestions were also Nagojin's plan. He acted quickly and decisively. After the meeting ended, he immediately led the rescue team into action. He left a portion of the researchers in the sanctuary to study the infected and calculate the various parameters when the virus broke out. The rest of them went to meet the Six Nations and contacted the Blue Star government. The rescue team started their work and cooperated with the Six Nations to help them increase the production of the inhibitor. This was the foundation that Han Xiao had laid. If Han Xiao had not shared the inhibitor formula with the Six Nations, the situation would have been completely different. Of course, the Six Nations were in charge of the rescue mission. Ghidorah's rescue team did not have that many people and would not waste their energy on such small details. The Six Nations also raised the public opinion of Ghidorah's help at the right time to restore the confidence of the people. This was extremely effective, and many of the refugees in the wilderness found out that the Six Nations were also a safe place. On the vast land, groups of refugees in tattered clothes were like ants as they advanced toward these places. During the initial stages of the mutation disaster, a large number of people had fled from the cities and did not dare to live in groups. At this time, the refugees in the wilderness made up more than half of the world's population. The wilderness was extremely dangerous, and most of the refugees would die on the way if they were allowed to move on their own. However, the Six Nations were busy stabilizing their internal order and did not have the time to help. The global production of the inhibitor was far from enough to satisfy so many refugees, but they could not give up on them because of this. They had to send people to search for and receive these people. As such, the players entered the line of sight of the rescue team. Han Xiao's mercenary group had a few immortals in the past, and they were Mad Blade and the others. At this time, when Nagojin saw so many immortals, it was impossible for him not to be shocked. However, this situation had been going on for a few years in Blue Star. Although Nagojin found it strange, he only treated it as a unique phenomenon of Blue Star and thought that this group of Inhumans was a special species born in Blue Star. A few years ago, a Ghidorah investigator had come to Blue Star and recorded this situation. However, the conclusion of the investigation was ambiguous and did not receive much attention. At this time, Nagojin felt that there was something strange about this group of Inhumans. While he was helping with the rescue mission, he was also observing them. He realized that the players were a very useful labor force and tried to get in touch with them. In his previous life, Nagojin's Ghidorah faction had attracted countless players to join and lead them into the galaxy. However, now that Han Xiao was in front of them, Nagojin's attraction to the players was very limited. Although the majority of the players were curious about Ghidorah's faction, they favored Han Xiao more. No, it was not only favored, it was to the extent of liking him. Of course, Nagojin did not know that Blackstar was a hidden competitor and did not know that Han Xiao had snatched away so many precious things. After knowing that Blackstar had recruited many Inhumans, Nagojin did not think too much about it. Han Xiao was from this planet, and these inhumans were his fellow countrymen. It was extremely normal for them to be willing to follow Blackstar. This did not stop Nagojin from giving out missions to the players. What he did not expect was that the players would be so willing to help them. Just as Han Xiao had expected, the Godora rescue team had brought about a change in the currency system. The original Blue Star currency had almost collapsed, and the universal Anas had become widely known. The Sanctuary also had missions that could be done, but compared to Godora's rescue team's missions that rewarded Anas, they were not competitive at all. The players knew that Anas would be the universal currency in the future, so it was obvious which side to choose. The missions given out by the rescue team were limited, causing countless players to fight for them. Furthermore, with Han Xiao's shop whetting their appetite, the players could not wait to earn money to buy equipment. Han Xiao did not give out missions that rewarded Anas to the players. It was impossible for him to use his own money. However, he relied on his relationship with Nagojin and asked him to give out missions with higher rewards in the name of employment. The players who joined the mercenary group could receive these missions. In other words, as long as they joined Blackstar, they would be able to receive better missions from Godora rescue team. This was Han Xiao's position on the mercenary group's profits. We are not the producers of missions, we are the carriers of missions. Using the mercenary group's connections and reputation to receive missions, they would then give them to the players. This way, the players would have endless missions, and they would then let the players spend them. This was equivalent to letting the players earn money from the NPCs, and the money would then be returned to them. The players were like hardworking bees. This was a circular chain, like a fully automated agricultural harvester. There was no need for Han Xiao to worry about it at all. The players felt the benefits of joining the mercenary group, and the players who had not yet joined became even more eager. There were people discussing on the forums whether they should join Blackstar or Godora, and the final conclusion was that the Blackstar mercenary faction completely crushed Godora. If they joined Godora, they could only accept missions from that faction. If they joined Blackstar, according to Porkbun's video, they could accept all kinds of missions. Although the players had not fully understood this point, as long as they entered the galaxy, this would happen sooner or later. Now, just the guesses on the forums had already made the players realize how awesome Blackstar faction was. The Blackstar faction's connections were not just for show. Han Xiao's plan since version 1.0 was slowly showing its effects. The Garten star system's regional news was still reporting on the disaster. Public opinion polls showed that almost all Godora people supported the rescue team's actions. There were also various prayers held by the people, and they sympathized with the fate of their allies. The rescue team's intervention greatly improved Blue Star's situation. After a few days, the number of refugees that were saved reached a new high. Unfortunately, Godora's researchers did not make much progress. They could only start from the infected, and it would be difficult for them to obtain any results in a short period of time. Han Xiao was very sure that Darkstar was paying attention to the disaster relief situation. However, the past few days had been peaceful, and Darkstar had not made any moves. Everyone, including Nagojin, was still in the dark. Only Han Xiao had a sense of crisis. Blue Star's situation seemed to be improving, and it seemed like they would be able to stabilize the situation soon. However, Han Xiao knew that the mutation disaster was not so simple. When the mutation source grew to the next stage, its effects would become even stronger. Those who had been injected with the suppressant would be affected once more, and they would have to increase the dosage by 3 times before they could continue to be immune. The production rate was the greatest limitation, and the more people they saved, the more likely they would have to abandon a portion of them. The conflict that would arise from this was extremely troublesome. Furthermore, the higher the stage of the mutation source's growth, the more its intellect would grow. Its symptoms would no longer be random, and it would start to have a goal. Furthermore, it would not only affect ordinary people but also some of the weaker supers. As the virus grew, it would gradually be able to affect stronger people. The most frightening thing was that when the mutation source grew to a certain stage, every time it acted up, it would cause a certain amount of damage to the infected person's brain. As time passed, the person's ability to think would gradually deteriorate. Furthermore, when the virus acted up, the person would feel an unprecedented stimulation, and the pleasure would be many times stronger than mating. This was addictive, and the infected person would not even be willing to be injected with the suppressant. Since Han Xiao knew all this, it meant that the storyline in his previous life had already reached such a stage. If the mutation disaster was not resolved, there would only be one path of retreat left: abandon the planet and migrate the survivors. This was the worst outcome, and Sunil was a good example. The treatment of the refugees on the mutation disaster planets might not be any better than Sunil, and the final outcome would be the destruction of their civilization. Currently, the situation had not reached such a stage, but Han Xiao was not as optimistic as the others. While Darkstar had suffered a few setbacks because of him, they were still extremely ferocious. Apart from providing disaster relief, Han Xiao also remembered Honest's request and asked Nagakin to look for clues regarding the portrait of the Godoran, and Nagakin agreed to it without hesitation. However, to his surprise, Nagojin's investigation had yielded results very quickly, and they had locked onto the identity of the Godora person that Honest had met. And the truth was far beyond his expectations. Chapter 513. In the room, Honest and Bennett sat opposite each other. Han Xiao read the information out loud and passed it to the two of them. This information was given to him by Nagojin. After matching the portraits, Godora's AI quickly locked onto the target in the database. In a galactic civilization, all citizens were recorded in the database. As long as they used this identity to move around, the relevant records would be sent back to the database. High-level civilizations did not only store information in the database. The database was only the biggest backup. Other than that, when the information was transmitted, it would pass through some individual information nodes and automatically make secret backups, forming a data chain. Even if the main database failed, all the information would not be lost and could be retrieved from other nodes at any time. The information about the identity of a citizen was naturally confidential, but with Nagojin's position, moving the database was just a matter of saying a word. According to the rules, the file could not be viewed by outsiders, but the rules were dead. Nagojin wanted to be on good terms with Black Star. If he only wanted this kind of simple information, the upper echelons would turn a blind eye. After all, with power came privilege. Of course, Nagojin asked Han Xiao why he wanted to investigate this person, and Han Xiao did not hide it. He said that a friend met a stranger from Godora on Blue Star. As for Honest's speculation, there was no need to reveal it. It's him. Honest carefully looked at the portrait on the file and confirmed that this Anjali was the mysterious Godora person he met on Blue Star. However, the person in the file looked much younger. He could not help but ask, how old is this person? According to the year of birth, Anjali is already more than 90 years old. The lifespan of a Godora person is about 1.5 times longer than yours. However, this is rarely calculated in the universe because of the existence of the hibernation pods, which can greatly slow down aging. According to the file, there has been no record of Angelo's activities since decades ago, which means that he hasn't used his own identity during this period of time. When you met him, he was already in the life-threatening cabin. Perhaps he has already been in Blue Star for a long time, Han Xiao muttered. He glanced at the file again with a thoughtful expression on his face. This file could be considered rather detailed, and there was basically a record of Anjali's life from the moment he was born to the moment he disappeared. What surprised Han Xiao was that this file was far too ordinary, and it looked just like an ordinary galactic citizen. With the productivity of Godora, most of the citizens did not need to work anymore. This was also a common problem in most advanced civilizations. He would not starve to death even if he did not earn enough money. Of course, he would not have a good life. Anjali left the mother planet for this reason. The standard of living on the mother planet was generally relatively high. Although the civilization could provide for idlers, it was limited to the lowest level of living standards. If one wanted good things, they naturally had to work to earn money, and the price and social atmosphere of each planet would naturally eliminate those who did not work. The colonial planet of Gorton was a very marginal territory. It was not valued and was relatively backward. If the colonial planets of Godora were to be divided into several echelons, then Gorton would definitely belong to the worst echelon. It was basically the galactic version of the slums. Bennett frowned. Does the war in Blue Star really have anything to do with him? Although he did not understand the situation in the galaxy, he still had basic judgment. Not only Han Xiao, but even he felt that this was a normal person's file. There did not seem to be anything special about it. It's hard to say. We don't know which organization he belongs to. Han Xiao shook his head. Now, there are new clues. First, according to this activity record, get someone to go to Gorton and investigate. Second, get the Six Nations to hand over the life capsules that they seized. I'll check the product number and be able to find the seller. We'll continue the investigation. Okay, in short, everything depends on you. Honnis nodded solemnly. I'll talk to the Six Nations, Honnis said. He would convey Han Xiao's message, and the Six Nations would naturally not reject it. He felt that this was the only thing he could do. Bennett was also a legendary figure from the 100 Nations War. He was also very curious about the reason why Blue Star had become like this. Han Xiao nodded. He took out his communicator and flipped through the contact list. Thousands of names flashed by, and he chose a mercenary from the Sky Ring army to contact. This person was a comrade from a previous mercenary mission. After the call was connected, the other party's tone was friendly. Han Xiao exchanged a few pleasantries and asked for help. He sent Angelo's information over, and the other party agreed to check it out. As the Gorton colonial planet was rather far away, Han Xiao had things to do in Blue Star and was not prepared to let his mercenaries leave. Thus, he used his connections to hire a business partner to help him check. Sky Ring had many businesses, and their investigation efficiency was much higher. 2 days later, the Six Nations sent the life-threatening pods over. Han Xiao hacked into the system and easily obtained the product number. Not only that, he also realized that the life-threatening pods had the ability to connect to the internet. With his current skills, he was able to hack into the account very quickly. The records inside were all entertainment activities, and there was nothing valuable. He treated it as a new clue and sent it to the Sky Ring mercenaries. After which, he threw this matter to the back of his mind. He had already done what he needed to do, and these were the only clues he had. He only needed to wait for the progress on Sky Ring's side. The situation on planet Aquamarine was slowly stabilizing. Because Godora knew about the effects of the mutation source in advance, they did not take the wrong path like in his previous life. More and more refugees were saved, and the number of shelters increased rapidly. The area covered by the buildings expanded outwards, and while they were all simple houses for refugees, they gradually grew to the size of a city. The shelters had their own names on them, so the refugees would remember them. The number of refugees continued to increase. Although the mutation virus would break out again in the next stage, gathering the refugees together would make it easier to suppress the virus. Even if they did not have enough suppressants, they would be able to subdue the virus with brute force. The number of casualties would be lower than in his previous life, but the pressure on manpower would increase. Even if he knew about the possible future from Han Xiao, Bennett still had to save people. Ngojin's rescue team, the players, the sanctuary, and the Six Nations were all busy. During this period, there were a few wild beasts that attacked them, but they were all easily defeated. Han Xiao was constantly recruiting players, and some of the players who had earned enough aners started to shop in the faction store. However, there were not many of them. After all, the mission rewards from Godora were meager, and these purchases did not even add up to 10,000 aners. It was far from enough to repay Han Xiao's debt. However, he was not in a hurry at all. This was just the beginning. Han Xiao had always insisted on the principle of mutual prosperity. Only when the wallets of the players were full would the purchasing power of the market increase. As for making the players rich, it was impossible for him to think about it in the short term. After all, it was not easy for the players to earn money. Blue Star was not a problem for the time being. At least, before Darkstar made a move, there would not be any problems. Han Xiao was more concerned about the other planets that were affected by the mutation disaster. The situation of the disaster was broadcasted in the Garten star system through the news, and the people of Godora were still praying and supporting the rescue team. However, there were some different voices that appeared. So many planets are experiencing disasters, and the symptoms are all similar. This is too much of a coincidence. It is definitely not that simple. I heard some rumors. Some people said that Godora actually set up experimental bases to develop weapons on these planets. They accidentally failed the experiment, and the weapons were leaked, resulting in the disaster. If they wanted to experiment, why didn't they find an uninhabited planet? Why would they take the risk to experiment with weapons on the planets of their allies? Indeed, this saying is too stupid. One look and you can tell that it is fake. Not necessarily. If it is a biological weapon, they need to use life to experiment. You are thinking too much. It is probably the doing of Darkstar. They have a history of attacking low-grade civilizations in the Garten star system and finding trouble for Godora. If Godora is purposely pushing this matter to Darkstar, then such an enemy is a natural shield. How is that possible? This is simply nonsense. They will have to take responsibility in the future. On Godora's network, some of the citizens started to make all sorts of guesses. Compared to proper disaster relief, many of them preferred to make unorthodox guesses. They enjoyed the excitement brought about by such discussions, but not many people actually believed them. As for the disaster, there were also new rumors that were spreading. I have a friend who is a member of the disaster relief team, it appeared. I have a friend. Annoying, stop messing around. Anyway, he said that the disaster is too strange and that the higher-ups are completely helpless. There is no way to eradicate it, and in the end, it is very likely that they will have to migrate their civilization and take in the refugees. That can't be. There are so many planets and too many people. Migrating so many people is a huge project. I'm afraid that the higher-ups will let the refugees live on our colonized planets temporarily. How can that be? I don't want to live with those natives. That's right. They can go to other places and explore uninhabited planets. Why would they come to our territory and occupy our resources? Actually, if it is temporary, we can tolerate it. I'm just afraid that they will not be willing to leave. Why don't they just open up a new uninhabited planet and throw the refugees there to fend for themselves? Anyway, it is fine as long as they do not come to Godora. Yes, disaster relief is enough. There is no need to take responsibility for them. These different opinions were just wishful thinking, and there was no evidence. Thus, they were like waves floating in the surging river, instantly drowning in countless messages. However, in the public opinion polls, the support for disaster relief seemed to have rebounded and decreased a little. These different opinions seemed to have appeared naturally, but there were no signs before this. It was as if something was deliberately brewing in the dark. Garten star system, Godora's jurisdiction, colony planet Gorton. This was an earthy grey planet. Its color was dark, and it quietly floated in the dark universe. Looking down from outer space, the city on the surface was orderly. Although it was a relatively poor colonized planet, the city planning was not dirty and messy. However, compared to the golden splendor of other prosperous colonized planets, Gorton was a little gray. There were not as many golden buildings. Golden was Godora's favorite color. This situation was because part of Gorton's city construction had been outsourced to the Galactic Construction Team. Thus, it did not look like Godora. The citizens of Godora who lived here were naturally people who were not willing to work. There was no wind, and the clouds seemed to be stagnant in the sky. At night, the artificial moon emitted a bright but not gentle radiance. The many buildings were coated with a layer of silver-white paint. The residential buildings were hundreds of meters tall, and all the windows were basically lit. At first glance, there seemed to be a warmth of thousands of lights. However, if one understood the reason, they would know that this was because the citizens of Godora were not willing to work and loved to stay at home. Thus, there were not many hovercars on the streets, and there were almost no pedestrians using public flying runes. There were only cleaning robots patrolling slowly, their wheels rolling over the ground, making a rustling sound. Although the streets were clean, it was cold and cheerless, and there was a sense of dejection. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.